They fantasize, I analyze, I am the eyes. Yeah. They stand in lie, I stand in truth. That's my I am alive, I am alive, I am alive. I channel God, the frequency lives inside. Delinquencies leap aside, just look inside. I promise you'll find bodies the synagogue. You lie to self, then you sin to God. I take the end of lines, put it in a loop, then I tie a knot. This eternal life, this is Heka'u. We can never die, we are immortalized. They live mortal lives, I am more than man. I have God inside. Whoa. Opened the door and then I got inside. Found my inner child, gave him a hug, told him I love him, we gon' be alright. And then I gave a smile, you made me more than proud. Shed some tears, let us scream aloud, a stand in pride. Grabbed his hand, it was the hand of God, our fingers five. Double time, we put hands to sky. Raise them high, raise them high. This is dua. Praise himself, praise each other, praise to health, that is the root to wealth. Praise comes from her, and it means to sell. See, that's what preachers do, buying souls, selling hell. Disguised as heaven, pushing P. Differences between prophet and prophecy. The Bible is a prop to see the lies of man, portraying God open-eyed to see. Telling tales of wanderings, I've been wondering, they don't know that we're the real wonders. Miracles, when I speak it thunders, literal. You feel it under your flesh when your organs start to rumble. Heartbeat, you're listening to vibrations as my heart speaks. Stretch minds, I have far reach. Raj General, this is our me. This is pinnacle. Step on sinister, everyone is demons these days. Trust me, once you step to us, you will not leave as you came. See, we ain't the same, raising names. Real fame comes from Ba, it means to speak, to say. I have lots to say. My ancestors taught me how to pray, ask and receive. Given that you live in reciprocity, our Ba shall speak through you to give our message of praise. Hands raised, this is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Giving praise. They're only giving praise when they receive a raise. Like thank God. I receive a raise as I rise up every single day. Raise comes from res, giving life the sun's rays, hands embrace. Consciousness extinct, even the ones who think they are woke are still asleep. Resi means to watch and it deals with what you see. Resi means to dream and it's the tongue of the speech. Watch what you speak, bring dreams to reality. Watchtower, watch me tower over with power. This is more than album, this is pure magic. Creation vibrations, layers on layers. Prayers on prayers, demon slayers, soul cakes of fire, caught up in a rapture like I need a baker. The Lord has risen, watch the bread rise, to give sustenance. I've seen death eyes, the moon is my left eye. Praise Yah, dua.
This is House of Aten. I don't have a mask on. I'll tell you all what happened.
I see they got the facts wrong, flow fluid. Walk with ancestors like Anpu is. Who's this Greek named Anubis? Prove it. I see bodies walking around soulless, clueless. Ptah, don't compare me to Steve Jobs. Call me Ptah Sakar. If you need to do more research, search Ray. Hands in vagina plays when pray. Spitting seeds into the womb to birth and raise. See, that's parades. Give thanks like it's in your hands. Collect them plates, ancient stelae. Step through fire, see we trailblaze. Fate and faith, this is knowledge. Facts will flip a fake. Tell me what's at stake to give thanks. Hands raised, this is dua. This is dua. Light body emerges Kaaba. Give me high five. Hands up. This ain't a stick up. This is dua. Scribal Sessions Volume 1. For the record. Open your eye in alignment with time and you'll see the truth like it's a physical thing. From the darkness I arise, so it's not a surprise when you learn of the light that I bring. As above, so below, I find a rhythm and flow as I grow with the pendulum swing. This is the matrix where everyone's faking they sleep here in life while we wake up in dreams. Shedding the skin like a serpent, this work makes it worth it. Attaining a purpose while searching internal, examine what all is in me. Most will not make it there, so can I take it? Reality shaking, you've seen what I've seen. Reap what you sow, with the weavers of speech, achievers, and this is the read 'em and weed 'em. You cannot read them, vibrations that none of them speak. Walk a metal netter, light his feather is heavy to learn that your will isn't free. NETERU willing, I continue to lead with my ebas. I'm sweeping my consciousness clean. Training in realms that are unseen. My aura is summing, set fire to all of the fiends. Stand on my eye, this is all seeing. I we supply 93, that means we are supreme. Healing through tones on my senses, connecting in NICEA. Wealthy is health, this is green. This is illusion, reality veiled in delusion. Thoughts become intrusive, it's foolish to not know by now that it ain't what it seems. This is way more than belief. I see clearly the lies. My six senses of sight are hypnotized. No wonder everyone sleeps. Open your eyes. It's time to set off the alarm. The performance of form. Don't you know you're a star? God in human form and you rise with the beast. More than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper. Seeing the state of the planet, the damage, the famines expanding beyond your belief. I see they landed, they've handed the people a cannon and aiming it right at your feet. Blowing a hole where you're standing, creating the panic. The tactical planning is deep. Teaching you're only a man and the God is in heaven, the seventh outside of your reach. If you're the question, they'll call you a manic, frantic, erratic, depression, demonic. When you're teaching through the magical speech, they'll call you serpent, the one in the garden. Pardon my knowledge for having the knowledge and prowess to see. He really told the truth to Adam and Eve. You'll have to think between good and evil if you eat of the fruit of the tree. Now you're a god, open your eye, cleansing yourself so that now you can see. They stole the stories and twisted them like it's a spliff. They put the fire to leaf, I put the fire to speech. I put the fire to heat. We don't do liars and thieves, they just desire to greed. This is my record to keep, this is my throne. You cannot sit in my seat, and I command it. I give more than 10 commandments. This is the law of attraction, and we have infinite stamina. My stage is where I'm standing. This is my eye, God is in me. I only keep goddesses with me. They are the magical beings, they are the holy ones, birthing the gods. We're overcoming the odds. We are the even and odd. They're in the odds, we're in the awe. Ancestors answer my prayers, forever grateful. I will forever say thank you. Inspiration to awake the sleepers. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper, more than man. Bread in my hand, that's the Lord in hand. Heard what I said, Lord, live in the man. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. Light is sought after, it's in the man. Come from the inundation lands. We ain't the same man. Record keeper.
You and your family health and prosperity. May your monument be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you rise and come forth as conscious light, like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore, Ma'at. Ptah.
I look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. Look outside in awe, I see our people double-minded. People meaning creature, don't ignore the signage. Voices lead, though flying silent. Observation with my eye open eyelid. I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns, sword swang, samurai, I am Shem, Suhor, son of Teheru, I am him, king, crown, rings, Nesu, I am in mindset of when fighting jinns, sword swang, samurai, I am Shem, Suhor, son of Teheru, words powerful, Hekau, see proof, you can feel the roots, gone, just look up, I am proof. Breaking doors down, make some room. But I is now speaking through me and trust me.
Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the House of Aten. Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of the NETERU presents the original God Kings, the NETERU, by the great ANYPTAH Aten Tehuti. Before we begin, we will do as we do every week and start with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at, UNNS, Nintet or Set Ema'at, Min Hepapet Ema'at, Her Inhuqui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome. I am the mighty Atef Rem Kem Ma'at. I am the esteemed stewardess of the venerable house of Aten. As a devoted disciple of the master teacher, the illustrious Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, I proudly undertake the role of the sagacious host of the weekly gathering within the sacred halls of the house of Aten. Here we delve into the profound teachings that illuminate the path of Ma'at. In the sacred sanctuary of the house of Aten, I guide fellow seekers on a journey of enlightenment and understanding. Drawing from the wellspring of ancient wisdom, our gatherings are profound explorations into the depth of truth, meticulously deciphered through the lens of ancestral artifacts and the profound teachings bestowed upon us by the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. My commitment to the pursuit of wisdom extends beyond the confines of our weekly gatherings. As a true-hearted devotee of truth, I strive to embody the essence of Ma'at in all aspects of life, expressing unwavering love for my people. My soul resonates with the harmonious frequencies of the metal nature. I stand as a loyal guardian of Ma'at, steadfastly defending the sacred principles that govern our existence within the house of Aten. Next, we have the mighty Menku Ra Mary Ma'at is a student of the master teacher Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra and a follower of Ma'at. Menku Ra is the Heb, the festivities organized in the house of Aten, the cultural enlightenment advisor and teacher, developer of the pathways of awakening, a director and producer of documentaries, and a researcher of ancient civilizations and a researcher of knowledge of spells. Next, we have the mighty Primordial Thought 9 is a divine seeker of wisdom, the wisdom with universal structure, the wisdom that remains the same from every perspective, the wisdom that adapts to any interaction, the wisdom that creates silence, the wisdom that sustains the house of Aten. And our presenter for the night is the mighty scribe ANYPTAH Aten Tehuti, is a teacher of knowledge, a spoken word artist, a creator, awakening the sleepers and healing the chosen ones through sound vibrational tone and conscious thought. He's the Sob, the wisdom door opener, and the lead organizer of the House of Aten movement. Welcome, everybody, to Study Guide Sundays. Peace and love, great brothers. How y'all feeling?
Feeling good. Feeling good. Feeling great. Beautiful day.
How you doing, Menku?
Doing good, doing great. Ready for this powerful presentation.
Absolutely. Peace and love, everybody in the chat. I see you out there. The mighty Angela Gates. Peace and love to you, great sister. I see you, great brother Nookpoo, and our excellent moderator, Antu. Welcome, everybody. There go Minty Hotep. Peace and love to you, great sister. Got to get you a nice
bite. Everything is beautiful in life.
Yeah, man, I had a good weekend. Just busy, which is good. Busy is good. Busy don't mean bad. Busy mean busy. But yeah, celebrating my mate's Earth Day. So we've been doing a lot of activities with the family and running around and also just taking care of stuff around the house, you know. So I've been very busy this week, man. But like I said, busy means busy. Busy doesn't mean bad. So hotep to you. Definitely looking forward to this class today. Ani always goes in Ani, what can we expect, Ani? Can we expect some tones? Some new tones, great brother? You know, we always looking for them new tones. I just want everybody to know out there that we do not know what we are going to present. We don't know what the next brother is going to bring to the stage. It's always a surprise. So we are just as surprised as you all are when we're up here presenting. So that's a beautiful thing, though, because it definitely definitely allows the creativity to just flow, and you know, we just go with it. So definitely looking forward to Ani's classes. Ani always bring the fire classes, make me put on my make me put on my Theodores. I gotta have on the glasses where Ani be teaching. Peace and love, man. What you been up to, Primordial?
You know, we've been taking it one day at a time. You know, never cease to continue to work on self. Try to gain that next level of discipline, consistency. You know, those are things that that is, you know, no matter what information you come across, you can never escape those those two things, man, is discipline and consistency. And that's one thing I've been trying to work on, and just continue to take it day by day, man. Family good, everybody healthy. You know, you can't really ask for much more. Just take it one step at a time.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. I agree with you. Totally agree with you 100%. I was so tired last night in the class, man. I was almost delusional, bro. I was up. I was like, man, I had never really been this tired. Saba went till, I don't even know how many hours he went, man, but I ain't go to bed till it didn't end for us till like 4. And I was like, at 4, bro, I kept going off camera because I was like, oh my goodness, I'm tired. Then I hear Shantae in my head, like, as soon as it's over, go to bed because we got to wake up early. I was like, oh my goodness. But it was great though, because I actually got like maybe 3.5 hours of sleep. Then she woke me up and we went to a meditation in the park and a sound bath. So I was able to, you know, relax and meditate, you know, give me a nice meditation in. So it was beautiful. I really didn't want to go. I was like, man, I really don't want to go. But at the same time, I'm glad I went because it was a beautiful experience. I always enjoy it once I get there, you know, but I was tired. Like, man, I just want to sleep a little bit. Like, give me a few more hours of rest. But it was good. And we ran our little errands and, you know, it's a beautiful thing though. It's, you know, it's good to be now. I'm drinking my matcha tea. I don't know if y'all remember on when Saba first came out, he was on Killer Priest and they was doing the tea ceremony. I'm like, man, I love me some matcha tea. So I be on that matcha. You know, it's real calming, relaxing, but it get the job done. So yeah, I'm on my matcha tea. What about you, Menku? How you been, great brother?
I've been great. I've just been watching this reality show, the NETERU, following the NETERU on Twitch, following the NETERU on Instagram, waiting for the NETERU to call me back, text me, just hanging out with the NETERU. That's all that's up with me. You know what I mean? Just you know, just enjoying life.
Me too, great brother. That's what it's about. Ani, welcome, great brother.
Hotep, great brothers.
Hotep, great brother. What's up? Can we expect some tones? Somebody asked about some new tones, brother. Every time you teach, you know, we be looking forward to them new tones.
Yes, I know everyone is looking forward to that. But I'm also, for me to put something out, it has to be where I need it to be. And it takes time. You know, it takes time to produce these tones. But as you brothers know, there are things happening behind the scenes. I share music with these great brothers. But as far as publicly, it has to be complete. mixed, mastered. There's a lot that goes into bringing forward music of quality. So these great brothers know there's things being put in place, tones are being created, and I'll have something very special for everyone real soon. So yeah, to our great brother for asking.
Any great brother. We got Mary Segment says, love this topic. Looking forward to getting more clarity on the NETERU.
Okay, excellent. We're going to clarify some things in this class here. Okay, let me make sure I have everything up. All right, yes, Tua. Let me get some tones. Let me get some tones going. Yes, peace and love, everyone. Peace and love to everyone in the chat. Hotep Ma'at, houseofaten.org. Everyone go to the website, get your merch, get your notebooks, so you can do your scribing. Get your notebooks and get all that you need. Houseofaten.org. It's how you join us as the movement. I'm looking forward to the classes that are coming forward for all the great Kuru. So there are many different tones and different avenues coming forth. So to our Hotep Henu, I am going to show some support that was that came in for some previous one of the great Anu's classes. At the end of the class, for those who supported afterwards, I will show that. For those who are, I'm sure everyone here knows the process of the support and the reciprocity for what's being brought forward. So for everyone who is watching on the playback, Hotep Henu, this is the House of Aten. I am Ptah, and I am the scribe of the House of Aten. And so if you want to support, the movement and you appreciate the classes, the support links are pinned to the top of the chat from our great moderator, Anu. So you can utilize those links there. It's also scrolling at the bottom. And I also will put up this overlay here. So you can just scan the QR code here, and it'll take you directly to the support links. This is a beautiful thing that's taking place. And we appreciate and love everyone who supports what we're doing, so we can do the work and have the support needed to really combat this matrix and bring forth all the things that you see taking place here at the House of Aten. So Hotep Henu, to all the great Meru, the supporters, and the Kuru, the members of the House of Aten.
Yo, let's go.
All right. Peace and love, everyone. Nook Poo, Angela Gates, Hotep's sister, Anu and Antu, Hotep Henu, Minty Hotep. I see you, Mary Sekmet. Peace and love, Nefer Keperet, Hotep. So yes, we'll go ahead and get started. Houseofaten.org. Again, everyone visit there. Scribe.io for the tones, for the music. That's also in the description. Of course, Scribe with 3 I's, .io for the tones. Everyone make sure you stay tuned into there, because I may just randomly drop something and not even announce it. And apps are coming soon as well. Mobile apps for the House of Aten and for my music, Scribe. So I'm just taking it to make it more mobile friendly, and then you'll be able to just pull these pull the House of Aten directly up on your phone from an app, either Apple or Android, and also listen to my tones from my website directly from my phone, because we are here doing this and creating systems outside of the matrix, right? We're the originators, so we are getting back to that, and instead of on these larger platforms that everyone uses today, I'm not really concerned with being on the the Spotify's, and because of the hecka that's associated with it. I'll use it, but for me to use it, I have to also have my own platform for everyone to be able to support directly. You support your artists directly. This is something I've always done for those who affect me and those who I listen to, understanding that the systems that they put in play, they take a lot from the original person. So it's a beautiful thing. So Hinu to other Maru, those mobile apps are coming soon. And yes, let me share the screen right quick for these supports that came through. And first we'll start with Minty Hotep, offerer of light, who sent in 222 for Neb Mary Kess. Tef, you got some sounds, great brother?
There we go.
Neb Nefer Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Yes, Hotep Hinu, Minty Hotep, Tua, for your support and for being here with us. All right, and next we have Adira Miriam Israel. Mary Sekmet in the chat, who sent in $5 for Tua Anu and Tua HOA for directed energy healing. Yes, Hotep Henu, Mary Sekmet, we appreciate you supporting and being in these classes. You're here with us in every class consistently. So Tua Hotep Henu, dua to you. All right. So that is what it looks like when you send in support. Again, those links are posted at the top of the chat. So if there's anything within this presentation that you learn new or you appreciate, show us by sending in reciprocity. It allows those who are teaching that what they are doing is appreciated. Welcome to everyone here. I know everyone here is who is with us live. New. All right, great brother. Any announcements before I go in?
Sir, waiting on you. We excited for the topic break, brother.
Come join us, House of Aten, Ancient Tehuti and Teachings of NETERU. Back to the source, we the original Axemen. Let's go, great brother.
Let's see something. Yeah, Tef, there's this thing when you're unmuted, it's like the music is louder. Like the music is loud, it's bumping now. Mute, it gets back normal. That's a nice special effect you have going on over there.
I don't know. It's a lot of buttons, bro. I don't even know what I did. I'm trying to make the adjustments. So it sounds good though.
Push the button. Just play.
Why does it sound good, brother? I didn't do anything special, but okay. As long as it's working good.
All right. Yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Anything you want to speak about before I go in? Pathways to awakening.
No new announcements of the pathways.
Say again.
No new announcements on the pathways.
Okay. All right. So let me share the screen. So I did a different type of presentation for this class because I like to challenge myself. I like to do innovative things. I like to, once I begin to master one thing, move on to another, something else. So the usual format of presentation that I give, this one's going to be a little bit different, a little bit more active and in motion. So if everyone can hear me clear, if everyone is ready, put a 7-2 in the chat, put 72 in the chat if everyone is ready. If you all can hear me clearly, have your notepads, have your House of Aten notebooks. Put a 72 in the chat if you all are ready and can hear me clear. All right, here they go. They're coming in. Minty Hotep, Anu, Mary Seket, Antu, Nutpu. All right, Safek Sin, 7-2. All right, let's get started. So let me share the screen here. All right, here we are. All right, so this is the original kings of Kemet, of Ptah, the original god kings. And this is a very important topic to me personally, because of my own studies. Prior to Saba Tehuti going to Killer Priest and doing his debate on NETERU, debating on are the NETERU real? As people like to use the word mythological a lot. And I always knew prior, there was never a point in time when I had knowledge of ancient beings that walked amongst the planet, as them being physical in many cultures. I always knew that. So when Great Saba came and gave his debate, it gave something that I never had prior, which was an archaeological evidence of a culture being created from this actual foundation, to where you are now imbuing that which came before. And so this is some information that I've had, and I decided to bring it forward. I did want to, at one point in time, save a lot of this for particular situations if certain type of debates occur, but I have plenty of information. And I want to give this to you all as well, just to go deeper into some of the information that the followers of Ma'at brought forth, how and why the terms that are used today for the NETERU, why they are even that, right? Why are the mythological, they're not real concept come from, and why is it so strong and prevalent today? All of this is important and plays a very solidified role into the thinking of even, scholarship today in the everyday person, and how and why these things began to be translated into different stories. So, with the knowing of the NETERU, right? The NETERU exists, right? Because we know the NETERU exists, it gives us an advantage in being able to understand what the great ancestors left, because they were creating it from that perspective as well. So it definitely gives one an advantage when doing research, and you'll come across things and you'll have a different than someone who thinks that it was just something that's just being made up, and this mythological fable fallacy that the great ancestors brought forth, and that established the science, that established the mathematics, that established the architecture, all of the things that we as what they call a Homo sapien benefit from on this planet, originates from something that people say isn't real. So we are going to take our time and go through this and bring forward some information that is never spoken about, is never taught on. Matter of fact, it's actually avoided. So we're going to go into some information that is avoided, that there are no public classes with some of this information that I'm going to be bringing forward, as this is a challenge that I put to myself in every class. So we'll go ahead and get started. House of Aten, Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti, and here's my logo here with Ptah, and there is Tehuti inside the head, inside the mind of Ptah, with his scribal palette here. The NETERU. All right. So my class today is divided into 4 parts. I will go into each section with careful detail to bring light to the facts. Okay, hold on. Let me put my Saba tone on before we go any further. All right. All right, let's go. So again, this is the 4 parts that I'm going to be diving into, and so everyone can already have an idea of what's fixing to take place here. So first, I'm gonna start with MANETHO and EUSEBIUS. All right, these two play a very important role in why the NETERU are looked at the way that they are today. These 2 characters here, these 2 people, play an extremely important role. So we're going to look into MANETHO and EUSEBIUS. Next, we're going to go into what's known as the ABYDOS Kings List. All right. So Kemet, as a country, documented and kept record of kingship throughout the span of rulership that took place alongside the Hapi, or the Nile Valley. So we're going to go into that. We're going to go into the royal canon of Taurine, and we're going to go into some ancestral artifacts as well. So let's get started. Who is Manetho? So before I go in and start to teach on Manetho, has anyone ever heard of Manetho? Is that name familiar to anyone in here with us? And I'll give a moment. I know there's a slight delay, so I'll give a moment to allow you all to answer this. Has anyone heard of Manetho? Oh, no. The music is bumping again. Tef, when you come off mute and the music is loud, I think it overtakes our, Minty says sound levels on music are going over the mic.
What about now? What about now? Is it better?
I think so. Sounds like it's a little better.
All right. Marie Sekman says no. Nukpu said heard of it, but not sure what it is. Maharu says yes. Anu says yes. I remember Al-Saba Tehuti speaking about him. Minty says he translated something. Big Vape says no. Antu says I don't remember who that is.
Okay, great. That is wonderful. So to everyone for your participation in the class here. Minty Hotep said he translated something. Okay. All right. Greek. Okay. So for this, I will take you to a book that's titled Manetho, with an English translation by W.G. Waddell, professor of classics in Fuad El Awal University in Cairo, Egypt. Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, London, William Hyman, Ltd. So we're going to go into this book here, which is translated into English for everyone. Let me begin. Gim Acha M. Gim Acha M, and I have the Gim here on top of this because we're going to dig. Find injustice, find anything said untrue. Gim Aja M. Great brother Tef, could you go on mute for me? Tua. And you see the wonderful Habu there doing exactly what his word is, Gim. He's digging, so we're going to find injustice, find anything that's said untrue. Who is Manetho? So here is page 7 of the introduction. Among the Egyptians who wrote in Greek, Manetho, the priest, holds a unique place because of his comparatively early date, the 3rd century BCE. In the interest of his subject matter, the history and the religion of ancient Egypt, his works in their original form would possess the highest importance and value for us now, if only we could recover them. But until the fortunate discovery of a papyrus, which will transmit the authentic Manetho, we can know his writings only from fragmentary and often distorted quotations, preserved chiefly by who? By Josephus and by the Christian chronographers, Africanus and Eusebius, with isolated passages in Plutarch, Theophilus, Aelian, Porphyrius, Diogenes, Laertius, Theodoratus, Litus, Malalas, the Scholia, the Plato, and Etymologicum Magnum. We now have to take into consideration that the ones who preserved the works of Manetho were the ones who were creating Christianity and its history, right? So we see here, distorted quotations were preserved chiefly by Josephus and by the early chronographers, the early Christian chronographers. So these are the ones who were preserving the writings of Manetho, because as it says here, there are no attestations of any single writing from Manetho himself. All right. This is where the minimization of the reigns of the NETERU originate from, but I will get to this later. Nefertatan says, African who? That Ren is wild. Oh yeah, you didn't know Africa was a Greek man? Yes, Africanus. All right. Manetho. Scholars today utilize Manetho as a pillar of creating the chronology of Ptah. This writing is entitled Egyptica. So this is what scholars today use as a source for creating the chronological history of Kemet. All right, and the great Saba gave a wonderful class on dynasties. So this is where most of you probably have heard of Manetho, because he was the one who started to put those document the chronology in dynastic form, which is still used today by those who in Egyptology. So sort of, right? There aren't any complete works by Manetho that we have today, but scholars will quote Manetho because of the ones who preserved and the ones who wrote about him later. All right, and they all source it back to this writing here, Egyptica. So there aren't any complete works by Manetho that we have today. The earliest surviving attestation to Manetho is that of the Contra Appionum. Against Appion by Flavius Josephus, all right, which was composed 4 centuries after Egyptica. So this is the earliest surviving attestation, 4 centuries, 400 years after Egyptica, which Manetho is dated to the third century BCE. Right. So the only and the earliest attestation takes you into the ADs with Flavius Josephus. As shown in the previous slides, it is the likes of Eusebius, Josephus, and Africanus who copied the writings of Manetho, which were then continuously copied throughout history, but of course, with a heavy Christian influence and the worship of SERAPIS. So this is very important, right? They stole what we teach, and then they gave you death. SERAPIS is the source of Jesus. SERAPIS. Sir is a sar. Bull is apis. I can take you far. They have the planet fooled, and it's heavy. Why? Because they eat light. They turn the planet food. And this is the ones who did that. The writings in the Greek are lost and mostly preserved in Armenian and Latin translations, right? So again, just showing who Manetho is and who's associated with Manetho and who is credited for the consciousness of today. When people speak about Kemet, when they speak about Tamaray, they speak about the dynastic Egyptians. All of this was created by these fellows here. The King's List of Manetho, right? So he wrote it in 3 books, 3 volumes, right? According to those after, right? Because we don't actually have any attestations of any of these 3 books. But here we go. Dynasties 1 through 11, Reign of the Gods and Spirits to the Historical Kings. Volume 2, Dynasties 12 through 19, From the Middle Kingdom to the New Kingdom. And Dynasties 20 through 31, From the Collapse of the New Kingdom to Alexander the Great. Right, so when you look up Manetho, you'll find a lot of information on him. So here is the transmission of Manetho. The surviving text of Manetho's Egyptica can only be traced back to the Chronicle by SYNCELLUS, written around 808 to 810. Multiple copies of the original Chronicle have survived. It was not until manuscript A was discovered around 1600 and published by Scaliger in 1606 that SYNCELLUS, and I also will show you this person here. This person here might have everyone pull out the axes. What this guy says. So that SYNCELLUS's Chronicle became known. It is worth noting that Scaliger only included selected passages. After almost 5 decades, Jacob Gore published the first all-inclusive edition of SYNCELLUS in 1652, right? 1652. While manuscript B was discovered shortly afterwards, it remained undisclosed and unpublished for many years. In 1829, Dendorf utilized this second manuscript to rectify readings in Gore's edition until the publication of the Mosshammer edition in 1983 was deemed the standard edition. A and B are complete copies and share a common ancestor. Although few incomplete copies of SYNCELLUS exist, A and B are the only ones containing the text of Manetho through Africanus and Eusebius. It seems clear that following the introduction of Egyptica, an epitome was composed of extracts from the dynasties of kings, with additions and alterations to make it fit with the Jewish chronology. It should also be noted that the epitomes were not produced by the author, but rather by persons who indiscriminately altered, removed, and added things to them in order to advance their own interest. In all likelihood, numerous quite different copies of Egyptica circulated in the centuries after Manetho. And so this is from pharaoh.se, a very good website here, which has a lot of great writing. So I'm giving you all a source to go and research more into these characters. And it's important to know these people. I know a lot of times we may just want to focus on the NETERU and Ma'at, the writings, which absolutely. But just speaking for me personally, I like to know how things become how they become. Why is it today that people think that the NETERU are mythological? Why is that? Because the Remetu, or who is known as the Kemetians or the Egyptians, they were clear about bringing forth that the NETERU were physical beings. So how is it today that something supersedes that consciousness to where people are walking around who say that they follow Ma'at, say that the NETERU are mythological? That really started to pique my interest because I'm heavily attracted to knowing and witnessing how the brain works and how thought process works and why people think the way that they think and what makes them do what they do. And that translates into so many different topics outside of just Kemet. But on this particular topic, it's important to know how and why this thing is what it is, where these people will say that, but will say, you know, the Kemetians invented this. They were the first to do this, and look at this greatness. It can't be replicated. And look at this. You know, they were advanced. We can't even do what they did then. But they were just making up stories. All right. And the great Saba brought forth and showed the etymology of the word myth, and how, of course, myth, the root word, outside of when you just utilize the root sounds, myth or mit, because the th and the t is actually the same. And so even in the Medu, you'll see a hobble, which is Budge will translate it to th. In the modern day transliterations, it'll be a capital T to be representative of that, or the th or the t. But that hobble can be used in interchangeable with just the t. So it is it's very important. So we're going to get into this, right? And I'm going to show and I'm going to break down and build up why the consciousness is the way that it is today. All right, so simplified, here's how Egyptica reached us. All right, so here is how the source, starting with Manetho, began to travel to get to where you see here that I just read, through the transmission of Manetho through SYNCELLUS, A and B, manuscript A and B, and how it came to that, because we have those documents, A and B. And as you see here, Manetho, and it translates into these epitome copies. And then it leads to Josephus, Africanus, Eusebius, Old Chronicle, a book of Sophis. And from Eusebius takes you into Jerome, and another Eusebius into SYNCELLUS, right? And then SYNCELLUS will give you manuscript A and B, which here it says in 1983, right? This was in 1983. This was extremely recent, right? 40 years ago, where this publication, based on manuscript B from SYNCELLUS, became a standard. So now that it becomes a standard, this is what everyone utilizes as a base root foundation for the information that's coming out of it. All right. So this is very important. So we see this is traveling up to Eusebius, which then, of course, goes up to MANETHO. I will be focusing on Eusebius, Jerome, and manuscript B from SYNCELLUS. All right. So this is what we're going to be looking at here, because there's just not enough time to go into Josephus or Africanus and go into these other books, these other epitomes. So we're just going to look at Eusebius, which then influenced Jerome and SYNCELLUS here in manuscript B. And so we'll start with Eusebius. All right. Eusebius of Caesarea, 260 to 339 CE, 6 centuries after Manetho. So 600 years after Manetho, dated around 260 to 339 CE, was an early Christian historian, right? He wrote his chronicle circa 310 CE, which is a 2-volume universal history from the birth of Abraham up his own time. The original volumes in Greek are lost, but quotations preserved by later authors makes it possible to reconstruct most of it. All right, which of course leads you to these characters here. And so here is the Armenian Ancient Literature and Translation. And here's a look at the Armenian translation of Eusebius's chronicle, 13th century manuscript. So this became a standard for Eusebius's writings, known as the Chronicle, a 2-volume universal history. So this is dealing with quote unquote historical information that later became a standard. So now people are saying the NETERU are myths. All right. And why today we still use dynastic timelines. It's because of this, right? So I'm just taking you through the walk, traverse through this, so we can truly begin to understand how deep the matrix is, and why it can seem as if those who are studying Kemet as a country have a difficult time even themselves acknowledging that the NETERU were physical beings, and this is what the followers of Ma'at always taught. Right? When did this consciousness come into existence, where now what people know as the gods are not real? Like, when did that come? Because that was not the consciousness on the planet. That wasn't the frequency, the thought process of how everyone traversed in their day-to-day life, right? Because that's such a huge matrix in itself. For those of us who are walking, we're traversing, and we know that these deities existed. And then you have someone next to you who's walking and who thinks that all of the greatness and all of what is accessible and possible and what started to create and cultivate even humankind, that none of that is real, right? So you have two people walking beside each other with one having a complete handicap. And of course, it's going to affect your ma'ah and your vision and even what you're capable of doing, what you have the ability to do. All right. So, and even in today, when you start to see all these movies, right? Everyone loves Marvel. Everyone loves DC, Batman, Superman. Everyone loves superheroes. Everyone loves that. And there's a reason for that, because deep subconsciously, we know that those root from somewhere. There wasn't someone who just created that thought out of just thin air. No, these are artists and writers who study, right? So a lot of times you're not able to talk to the artist. You're not able to communicate with the ones who are bringing the art forward. But I'm telling you that the ones who are creating, they are studying, and they know this is where they get their inspiration from to be able to create superhuman beings. It comes from the ancient stories. So just imagine for a moment being in a time where the root of where these stories come from, knowing that this was information that was passed down and given, and what you can do with that. It puts you in a different state of consciousness. Absolutely. So we'll be reading some translation from this. I'll bring up an English translation so we can read this. But here's a document here from Eusebius from the 13th century in the Armenian language. And so here we have Jerome, right? Eusebius to Jerome. An updated Latin translation of the canons known as the Chronicle of Jerome was created by Jerome of Stridon around 382. The purpose of the work as a whole was partly to make clear the greater antiquity of Hebrew history relative to most others. Jerome's Latin translation proved popular and quickly became the widely accepted chronographic standard. And here you have it here in Latin. I always put the sources on everything that I use for you all and also for intellectual property purposes. I'm looking at what I'm using for my presentation. What y'all see isn't what I see. And there is this section that says it's a live, start an interactive Q&A and let your audience join from any device. I'll look into that because that may be interesting to be able to use. But yes, here's Jerome of Stridon. All right, and this became widely accepted, became popular and accepted, right? So whatever Jerome wrote, now it's accepted. And this really was the second volume of Eusebius's Chronicle that we have in Latin. All right, and so here's the actual document that is in Switzerland, in the Berger Bibliothek, shelf mark code 219, Latin. This manuscript contains the second part of the Chronicle of Eusebius and Latin translation and continuation of Jerome. The tables generally laid out as double pages are in the majority of cases condensed onto a single page. The Bernese Chronicle of Eusebius, therefore, is Switzerland's oldest dated manuscript. So here's the oldest dated manuscript in Switzerland at the Berger Bibliothek and Bern. The Jerome of Stridon. And now we get to SYNCELLUS, and here is manuscript B right here. Here is manuscript B. So over a millennium after Manetho, 810 CE. Selected chronography, a chronicle written by Byzantine George SYNCELLUS, is the primary source of our knowledge of the contents of Egyptica, thanks to SYNCELLUS's preserved excerpts from Africanus and Eusebius's chronicle. The original manuscript of SYNCELLUS has been lost and only later copies remain. Right, so you're seeing how these things are being copied, and not only are they being copied, the originals are being lost in the process of the copying. So there's not a lot, right? It's not like there's hundreds of these papyruses dating back to Manetho, given the history, because it's not just Kemet that they go into, as I showed in Eusebius right here, 2-volume universal history. So all around. All right, and here is the source for this, so everyone can see. Grec 1764, right here, Greek language, right? Public domain, right? Public rights. National Library of France, Department of Manuscripts, Greek 1764. Georgius Senellus Chronicon. So these are scans of the actual documents that we have. All right. So now that I'm taking you through the timeline of what we have that's connected to Manetho as far as Eusebius is concerned, because we do have some from Josephus and Africanus, but this of course goes back down to SYNCELLUS. So this is what scholarship today is using, right? They're using these documents here, and there's a way to be able to validate what's real and what's not, right? And so that's what we're here to do, and to show, again, I'm just going to continue to keep reiterating this, why today people say the NETERU are mythological. Eusebius. Before we begin to read the translations of what are in these writings that supposedly originate from Manetho's Egyptica, let us also bring light to who Eusebius is. And so here we are in Eusebius's chronicle, translated from the classical Armenian by Robert Bedrosian. right? Translated from this document here. So this is what's used. Eusebius, circa 263 to 339, author of the chronicle translated below, was a major Christian author and cleric of the 4th century. His other writings, many of which have survived, included the Ecclesiastical History, the Life of Constantine, Historical, Martyrological, Apologetic, Dogmatic, Exegetical, and miscellaneous works. Although originally written in Greek, his important chronicle, chronography, or chronicon, has survived fully only in an Armenian translation of the 5th century, of which our present edition is a translation. A 5th century Latin translation known as Jerome's Chronicle contains only the second part of Eusebius's 2-part work, namely the chronological tables which accompany the text of Book 1, which the two books from Eusebius come from the 3 books of Manetho. Nonetheless, the Latin translation of the chronological tables is invaluable, since the beginning and ending of the corresponding Armenian parts of Book 2 are damaged. Reflecting 5th century Armenia's multilingual cultural milieu, Eusebius's chronicle initially was translated into Armenian from the original Greek, then corrected using a Syriac edition. During the same period, Eusebius's other influential work, the Ecclesiastical History, was translated into Armenian from the Syriac. From almost the moment of their translation, Eusebius's work played an important role in the development of Armenian historical writings. And here we have some images images of Eusebius written in different time periods within some of these different papyruses and writings. So you can see who we are talking about, an image and the likeness of Eusebius, right? The early Christian historian. This is the one who played an extremely major part in the constructing of Jesus, which of course comes from Sir Apis. This was a major, this person right here is a major, if the matrix is a code, this person right here is one of those foundational codes that if you change just even one number in the code, the whole entire program shuts down. Eusebius is a very important code in the matrix. So here we have Eusebius, Life of Constantine, translated with introduction and commentary by Averell Cameron and Stuart G. Hall. The aim of the Clarendon Ancient History series, which is where this is a part of, this is to provide authoritative translations, introductions, and commentaries to a wide range of Greek and Latin texts studied by ancient historians. This book, or the books, will be of interest to scholars, graduate students, and advanced undergraduates. So here we are, the life of Constantine. All right. Vita Constantini, henceforth VC, is the main source not only for the religious policy of Constantine the Great, who ruled AD 306 to 37, right? The Roman ruler Constantine, right? Who put together the Council of Nicaea, which was then the place where the construction of the Bibles started to take place. The Christian Bibles. I always like to preface Christian because that's not the only Bible. A Bible is just any collection, books or works. So the Christian Bibles. Sole Emperor 324 to 37, but also for much else about him. It is attributed in the manuscripts to Eusebius, Bishop of Caesarea, AD 339. So Eusebius was the Bishop of Caesarea, which was the land of Caesar, who was also the author of the first history of the church. Eusebius, who was also the author of the first history of the church. Church history, Historia Ecclesiasti, and many other works of biblical scholarship, Christian apologetic, and contemporary religious debate. The VC, the Vita Constantini, Life of Constantine. The VC is divided into 4 books with chapter headings by a later editor. The title by which it is generally known is somewhat misleading, in that while the work certainly has biographical elements, it is better described as an uneasy mixture of panegyric and narrative history. Many of the details which it records are to be found only here. And since the VC presents a view of Constantine that is not only extremely pro-Christian, but also, as we can see from comparison with some of his other works, particular to the interest of Eusebius himself, it is not surprising that it has proved extremely controversial. Some scholars are disposed to accept its evidence at face value, while others have been and are highly skeptical. Indeed, the integrity of Eusebius as a writer has often been attacked, and his authorship of the VC denied by scholars eager to discredit the value of the evidence it provides, with discussion focusing primarily or particularly on the numerous imperial documents which are cited verbatim in the work. In contrast, T.D. Barnes' major book on Constantine, for example, makes substantial use of the VC, and the work remains the single most important source for Constantine. Strangely, in view of the amount of attention which has been devoted to it and to the issues surrounding the reign and policies of Constantine, there is no monograph devoted to the VC, and only 2 short commentaries to date in Italian and Spanish, respectively. In what follows, we accept the work's Eusebian authorship and aim to the commentary to show in detail how carefully crafted and how complex its construction actually is. Only by adopting such a procedure can the whole be understood, or the historical value of individual passages properly assessed. Who is Eusebius? Bishop of Caesarea in Palestine. He is one of the most prolific and important writers of the early church. He was much influenced by the theology of Origen, in which tradition he followed and whose library he inherited, and he was a major biblical scholar and interpreter. He may have begun history of the church from the beginnings to his own day before the start of the Diocletianic persecution in AD 303. If so, he soon found himself writing against a very different background, as Constantine first revealed himself as a supporter of Christianity, and then attacked and defeated his remaining ally and co-emperor Licinius. Having continued the narrative of the he up to Constantine's victory, the he, which is church history or Historia Ecclesiastica. So he continued the narrative of the church history up to Constantine's victory over Maxentius in AD 312. He adapted it to changing circumstances by revising and updating it in a successive edition, adding the final touches after Constantine's victory over Licinius in AD 324, But apparently, before the Council of Nicaea in the following year, right, which happened in 325, so all of this is taking place leading up to 325, where the Council of Nicaea was put together. Apparently, before the Council of Nicaea in the following year, in addition to the genre of church history, Eusebius also established that of the Christian chronicle, beginning from creation, while others of his major works, especially the Preparatio Evangelica, the preparation for the gospel, and the demonstration of the gospel, set out his providential arguments for the coming of Christianity, the defeat of paganism, and God's plan of salvation. Yes, this person here played a super important role in the consciousness of thought process today. Christianity, Jesus, incorporating paganism, salvation of God, because he had a very high role as bishop for Caesar. Being that Eusebius was creating the supposed historicity of the church, he had to find a way to attempt to make Christian biblical narrative match the true documented history of Ptah. This doesn't take into account the 400,000 years the SAG-GIG-GA documented in their history, in which Eusebius disregards as fallacy. Here we are, Eusebius's Chronicle, again translated from the classical Armenian. It should come to no surprise that the Greeks are absent from recording information about events in antiquity for a long period, since during that time they corrupted themselves with diverse forms of inequities. Moreover, for a long period until Cadmus's generation, they were entirely unlettered, since they say it was Cadmus who first brought them an alphabet from the land of the Phoenicians. Quite justly did the Egyptian reproach Solon in Plato's book Timaeus 22b, when he remarked, "O Solon, you Greeks are always like children. Nothing resembling an old man may be found amongst you. And thus it is impossible to study ancient history from you. On the other hand, the Egyptians relate many fabulous accounts about ancient times, as do the Chaldeans, right, who they call the Chaldeans, the SAG-GIG-GA, since they reckon their literacy embraces more than 400,000 years. Uh-oh. The Egyptians have written extensively about false gods. Sorry, so we see the narrative, right? I'm taking you through and how the NETERU became false gods, right? Because of the introduction of Christianity through Eusebius, and really pushing and painting a narrative within the quote unquote historical documents that were documented by Manetho, who is known as a Egyptian priest who documented the history of Kemet. So here we have Eusebius saying the Egyptians have written extensively about false gods and their offspring, about ghosts and spirits of the dead and of other mortal kings, and fable-like delirious ravings. Surely, if anyone regards as veracious the Chaldean account encompassing such a huge number of years, then that person will also accept as true other parts of their fallacious history. Uh-oh. The Chaldean account simply defies reason and is apocryphal, no matter how it is interpreted. Even if someone should accept the account, then that individual should not accept the Chaldean calculation of time without examination. So here we go, right? Here we go. The ones who are documenting the history of the biblical characters. There's a timeline that comes with that. And so now Eusebius is saying within this document that becomes very popular and a standard for everyone, that even if you are to accept the account that the SAG-GIG-GA brought forth, that the Kemetians brought forth, the Rametu, the calculation of time, though, that should be examined. If according to their chronology, they were really so many thousands of years amassed, and if the successors of these early peoples performed their acts and deeds over a similar extended period, and if only 10 kings could have lived for so many myriads of years, who would believe that there might be any truth in such things and fables? You know, the one who's creating Jesus. Who would believe that there might be any truth in such things? Now, it is possible that the SARS we cited earlier, which SAR is an interval of time of 3,600 years. So one SAR is 3,600 years. So now it is possible that the SARs we cited represented a shorter interval of time than what others have assigned to them. Uh-oh. What's happening? What's taking place? What's taking place? Now he's taking the timelines and shortening them. For example, the ancestors of the Egyptians spoke of a lunar cycle, that is, a month contained 30 days, which they refer to as a year. So here we have Eusebius, who is saying that the Kemetians spoke of a lunar cycle, and the lunar cycle, which contained 30 days, they called that a year. The ones who brought forth the calculation of time, you know, the 365-day calendar that we use today, they when they documented their time periods, you know, they said a year was actually 30 days. This is what Eusebius is bringing forward. This is what he is saying. And he's saying not only did the Rametu do it, he's saying that the SAG-GIG-GA did it, because these years are so extensive. You know, where I'm writing the Bible, and here's the Bible, and here's the flood date, and okay, here's Abraham right here. Okay, we're gonna tie that to around 1400 BCE. We're gonna say Adam was first person. You know, he was 2,000 years prior to the flood. So 2,000, and if one SAR is already 3,600 years, and their timeline is going back hundreds of thousands of years, we can't have that. So now you have to take that and condense it and say now a year is a month. That they didn't know what they was talking about. They was confused. Others refer to 3-month periods as hours. This is getting crazy. 3-month periods as hours. So the Rametu are walking around, and 3 months have passed, and was like, yeah, it's only been 4 hours. This is what Eusebius is pushing. And we have in the Medu second, we even have a third of a second. There's a Medu word for the third of a second. Hour, day, week, month, year, right? We have all of these words. But here is Eusebius painting the narrative, creating the matrix right before you. Consequently, it could be the same sort of thing when the Chaldeans spoke of SARS. Okay, so let's take a journey out of Eusebius for a moment. Let's get out of Eusebius for a moment and let's go into what some of these accounts are that they say are fallacious, fable-like, right? Into the king's list of the SAG-GIG-GA, which is the word for what's known as the Sumerians that the Greeks started to call the Chaldeans, which of course the Romans and the biblical narrative of Chaldea and Babylon. Sag is head, Gig is black. So the blackheads, the black-headed people was the name of the Sumerians, the SAG-GIG-GA. So we're going to go to the Ashmolean Museum in Oxford, which is in the UK. Shout out to VRI. Good brother, you may have to take a trip here and get us some images. And here we are looking at this cube object here. That is known as a King's List. All right, a very unique object here. And here it is in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. It dates to 1827 to 1870 BCE, date of creation. So between 2000 and 1800 BCE is when this important artifact, ancestral artifact here was created. The Sumerian Kings List, the Oriental Institute of the University of Chicago, Assyriological Studies number 11, right? The Ashmolean Museum 1923.444. For anyone who wants to look this up. Published by Langdon, transliteration and translation, with valuable notes on page 8 through 21. WB begins with the rulers before the flood and continues with only minor gaps to Sin-Magir of the dynasty of Isin. The provenance of the text is given as Larsa. If we assume, as seems most probable, that the scribe carried his copy up to the date, must have been written in the 11th year of Sin-Magir, for the list ends with this ruler and assigns him to a reign of 11 years. This dating is supported by the character of the writing, which can hardly be placed later than the middle of the first dynasty of Babylon. All right. So here is a king's list here, where Eusebius is speaking about Chaldean account encompassing such a huge number of years, then that person will also accept true other parts of its fallacious history. Oxford editions of cuneiform texts, Volume 2. The Weld-Blundell Collection, Volume 2. Historical inscriptions containing principally the chronological prism, WB 444. This item here. So let's read. Let's read what this says. Zoom in a little bit. And here we are at column 1. Nam lugal anta ede abba, rulership which from heaven descended. At Eridu, rulership began. At Eridu, Alulim was king. He ruled 28,800 years. Alagar ruled 36,000 years. 2 kings, 64,800 years they ruled. Eridu was overthrown. The rulership to Bad Tibera passed. At Bad Tibera, in Min Luana ruled 43,200 years. Inmin Galana ruled 28,800 years. Damuz Isib ruled 36,000 years. 3 kings, they ruled 108,000 years. Bad Tibera was overthrown. The rulership was established at Larak. At Larak, in Sebiziana ruled 28,800 years. 1 king, he ruled 28,800 years. Larak was overthrown. The rulership passed to Sapar. At Sapar in Mindorana was king and ruled 21,000 years. 1 king, he ruled 21,000 years. All right, and you see the transliteration of the language here. The M-E-Ger. Sapar was overthrown. The rulership was established at Shurapak. At Shurapak, Ubardudu was king and ruled 18,600 years. 1 king, 1 Lugal, he ruled 18,600 years. 5 cities, 8 Lugal, they ruled 241,200 years. The deluge came up upon the land. After the deluge had come, the rulership which descended from heaven. So here is the rulership of the kings from which heaven descended, from the heavens, from the skies, descended onto the land, all the way up into the deluge. So within this particular king's list, there's a total rulership of 241,200 years. The deluge came upon the land, right? So remember, we're speaking about, here's the time period. Then going into Kish. At Kish, there was rulership. At Kish, God became king. He ruled 1,200 years. Gula, Nidiba, Ana ruled 960 years. So even with this, 1,200 plus 960, 2,160 years between these two rulers after the deluge. And remember, who was 2,000 years before, or for those who, the deluge is not a word that's really commonly used. So here is deluge. An overflowing of water, a great flood. Noah's flood in Genesis. This is what it says in etymology, right? Late 14th century. Noah's flood in Genesis. From Old French deluge, earlier deluve, from Latin diluvium, flood, inundation, wash away, from dis, away, dis, luer, combining form of laver, to wash. To wash. Figurative sense of anything that overflows or floods. So the deluge is what then becomes the flood in the Genesis story. Right? The great Saba just gave a wonderful class on the ark, right? And reestablishing Ma'at on that. And so here, speaking about the deluge, which is in this king's list here, where there's rulership 241,200 years prior to the flood. That's prior to the flood. But this can't exist because Adam was 2,000 years prior to the flood. So if Adam, who was the first man, was 2,000 years prior to the flood, then this can't be real. Because we have to know we're creating this biblical story. Here's our timeline. Here's the timeline of what the Hebrews are given. All right, here we have the Septuagint. And okay, now we have to say that the Septuagint was created from or translated into Greek, right? From the original Hebrew. There's 70 Hebrew translators who's translating this into Greek, and it actually took 70 days. You know, the Septuagint is because it took 70 days of the 70 scholars, the 70 translators. Adam was 2,000 years prior to the deluge. Surely, if anyone regards the veracious, the Chaldean account encompassing such a huge number of years, then that person will also accept true other parts of their fallacious history. Quote unquote, Eusebius. Now, let me take you all back to Eusebius and the Chaldean Chronicle. Accordingly, the Chaldeans considered that there were just 10 generations from Aloris, whom they considered their first king, until Xerxes. They relate that the great flood occurred in the latter's day. Furthermore, Moses in the Hebrew books says that there were 10 generations. Before the flood. And each generation before the flood is described one by one. The Hebrew history reckons 2,000 years for those 10 generations. 2,000 years for those 2 generations, not 241,200 years for those 10 generations. 2,000. Assyrian histories also detail the same number of generations as the writings of Moses do, though not embracing the same amount of time, since they reckon the 10 generations lasting for 120 SARs. Remember, one SAR is 3,600 years. So even one SAR is longer than the Hebrew history of the 2,000 years prior to the flood, the 10 generations. 120 SARs equaling 2,043 myriad years. So as you see here, you're seeing how the narrative is being painted, and how it's being created, and how he's beginning to discredit the real ancient history brought forth by the real historians, and now creating this matrix, and while discrediting the real ancestral artifact that you can go look at, that you can see that actually exist, and changing that and creating a new matrix that's built on falsehood for the purposes of as I said, in the unreleased music, they have the planet fooled and it's heavy. Why? Because they eat light. They have the planet fooled. So of course, these people were extremely close to the ones who were producing and wrote and were utilizing Hekau. So I'll just leave that there. 10 generations lasting 120 SARs equaling 2,043 myriad years. A myriad years is 10,000 years. So now, for those of you seeking the truth in this matter, it is simple to accept that Xerxes is the same individual as the man the Hebrews called Noah, which during whose lifetime the great flood occurred. The book of Alexander Polyhistor describes the flood in the following manner. And Polyhistor is another it's another one of these Greek historians who was within the first half of the 1st century BCE, who was just another one of these Greek scholars. Alexander Polyhistor on the flood, from the same book as we just mentioned, he says that upon the death of Otiartes, his son Xerxes ruled for 18 SARs, during which that time the great flood occurred. His text relates the details as follows. He says that CHRONOS, who is called the father of Aramazed, Jupiter. CHRONOS is who they attribute to Geb. And by others, time came to Xerxes in his sleep and revealed to him that on the 15th of the month of Decios, which is the Armenian month of Marur, December to January, humankind would perish in a flood. CHRONOS commanded that the entire book of OANNES, the beginning, middle, and ending, would be taken and buried for safety at Heliopolis, the city of the sun in Sippar. And I don't know if anyone has ever looked at CHRONOS and the imagery that's associated with CHRONOS as the Greek that they attribute to Geb. Here's a famous image. And of course, he's associated with time. I'm pulling this up on the spot for everyone. Let me pull this up for everyone. So here is CHRONOS that you will see. right? You see the imagery here. The so-called leaders, cannibals, locking up the gods. They tried the cannibals. Placed them in a cell, charged up, siphon all your jewels. You are bright still. It's illusion that they make the rules. And guess what? I don't know if anyone's ever seen this or paid attention to this as well. Because Chronos is known for time, right? Father Time. Father Time. So, of course, the one who is Father Time is going to be the one that so many people today give their aku to, give their light to, literally give your time to. UKG, time management, it's a time clock. All right. Every day, right? Dealing with time clocks. People go into work and clock in. Chronos is now UKG. So what is now UKG? Comes from Chronos. Chronos Time Clock Solutions. Y'all see that? So this is a complete ritual that they are and are still living out every day. Consuming people's time and energy. And this is what people are clocking into every day. Chronos. The energy associated with this person here. So, of course, time came to Xerxes in his sleep and revealed to him that on the 15th of the month, which is Armenian month of Merur, humankind would perish in a flood. The entire book of OANNES, the beginning, middle, and ending, be taken and buried for safety at Heliopolis, the city of the sun, in Separ. He also commanded him to fashion a ship and to go inside it with his family and closest friends, and to put inside the ship's provisions and drinks, animals, birds, and quadrupeds, and to be completely ready to set sail. Then Xerxes inquired where he should sail the ship, and Chronos replied that he should just pray to the gods and that all would be well for humanity. And Xerxes saw to building the ship, which measured in 15 stadia in length and 2 stadia in width. So yes, Eusebius completely interjected the Christian biblical narrative to seemingly make the historicity of this Bible more believable. Once one reads the history of the SAG-GIG-GA and the MANETHO, then it becomes clear that Adam, the first man dating back 2,000 years before the flood, doesn't even come remotely close to the time periods of the true people who created culture and civilization, the true historians, to the time of the so-called gods walking the planet. How the Chaldeans chronicled their past from Alexander Polyhistor, about their writings in their first kingdoms, right? And here's the first 10 kings. That is also documented in another kings list of the SAG-GIG-GA, right? And you see these numbers right here. This makes a total of 10 kings. Aloris, Alaparis, Almelin, Amamenon, Amagalaris, Dianus, Edovanchus, Amempsinus, Otiartes, and Zizertherus. This makes a total of 10 kings, ruling for a total of 120 SARs. And they say that 120 SARs equals 2,043 myriad years, assuming that a SAR consists of 3,600 years. Such are the figures related in Alexander Polyhistor's book. And if a person regards this as accurate history and accepts a valid reign lasting for such myriad of years, then that person would have to believe other incredible material found in the same book. Howbeit, I will relate what the same Berosus relates in the aforementioned historical romance, and will resume the previous thread which Alexander Polyhistor has put in his own book. One after the other, he recounts these types of things. So if we have 120 SARs, one SAR is 3,600 years, right? So if we multiply that, 120 SARs times 3,600, you'll get 432,000 years. And this is what Alexander Polyhistor is writing, that is now what Eusebius is writing, while having this and putting this forward, and then at the same time discrediting it and saying that this ain't true, this ain't real, because this doesn't match what we're creating. Once again, Eusebius and many other Christian church fathers have to make up complete lies to attempt to validate the Christian biblical narrative. So what does Eusebius say about the Remetu? Right, so I just took you through the SAG-GIG-GA and the Cube Kings list that's in the Ashmolean Museum, and what Eusebius said about them. So what does Eusebius say about the Remetu? From the Egyptian records of Manetho, who wrote a 3-volume work about the gods, demigods, spirits, and the mortal kings who ruled over the Egyptians to the time of the Persian king Darius. So now we're going into the Kemetic account, the Kemetic timeline that was copied by Manetho and then was copied by Eusebius. So here we go. The first being among the Egyptians was Hephaestus, who discovered fire for them. Hephaestus is who the Greeks call Ptah. The first being among the Remetu was Ptah, who discovered fire for them. He was succeeded by the son, Aragakan, who was succeeded by Agathodamon, followed by CHRONOS, followed by Asar or Osiris. So here we have the account, right? Ptah, Ra, Shu, Geb, Asar. Then came Typhoon or Set, Osiris's brother, then Heru, who was the son of Asar and Aset. These entities were the first rulers of the Egyptians. So here you have Manetho saying who were the first rulers of the Egyptians, which were the NETERU. After them, one ruler succeeded the next until the time of BYDOS for a period of 13,900 years. Now here we go. Here's where the trick comes in. This was calculated as lunar years for 30 days each. For what we now call a month was called a year in those days. So here we go. 13,900 years. No, that's they was really talking about lunar years, which is 30 days, because what we call a month now, they call those years in those days. So no, it wasn't 13,900 years of rulership. After rule by the gods, a race descended from the gods who ruled for 1,255 years. Then other kings ruled for 1,817 years. After them, 30 kings from Memphis ruled for 1,790 years. Then 10 other kings from Thinis ruled for 350 years. Then for 5,813 years, the kings were spirits and demigods. This makes a total of 11,000 years. Lunar years, that is months. So I'm taking you step by step through why today the consciousness of the NETERU is that it's mythological, because these Greeks and Romans started to create that story to match the biblical narrative. The Egyptians calculate a total of 24,900 lunar years, 2,206 solar years, right? So this 24,900 years between the NETERU and between the ones who descended from the NETERU, right? The Aku, 24,900 years, they take that and they turn that into 30 days each, which then becomes 2,206 solar years. Right? So here we are, compressing the 25,000 year rulership and now bringing it down to 2,200 years to the rule of the gods, demigods, and spirits. If you compare this calculation with similar calculations of Hebrew chronology, you will get almost the same figure. You will almost get the same figure if you take this and you turn it into this number, and then you multiply it that way and divide it like this. Then you'll almost get the same number of the Hebrew chronology. For among the Hebrews, Egyptus is called Mizraim, and he lived a long time after the flood, because it was after the flood that Noah's son Ham became the father of Egyptus, or Mizraim. Ham gave birth to Mizraim, which then becomes Egypt. And at that time of the dispersal of the peoples, he went to Egypt as its first inhabitant. Egyptus, who is Mizraim, lived after the flood, because it was after the flood that Noah's son Ham, right? Ham, Shem, Japheth, Ham, who became the father of the Egyptians, because Mizraim went to Egypt as its first inhabitant? According to the Hebrews, 2,242 years elapsed from Adam to the flood. So here we are. Be this as it may, the Egyptians still boast of their great antiquity before the flood. They say that they had gods, demigods, and spirits as rulers in remote antiquity. If we convert to months, if we convert to months, the years calculated by the Hebrews, we get over 20,000 lunar years. So when we count the years from the first man, Adam, until Mizraim, the Hebrew calculation is approximately the same as the Egyptian, because Mizraim was first among the Egyptians, and the first dynasty is presumed to descend from him. We got you. So this is why today people use dynasties. This is why today people say the NETERU mythological, because only the biblical characters, live 700 years, 800 years, after Noah, the 10 generations from Adam down to the deluge, to the flood. That's the historicity. That's the actual historical facts, right? That's the historical facts from Adam to the flood, 2,000 years. That's it. The SAG-GIG-GA, throw out their 200,000 year, 432,000, 457,000 year history. The Kemetian, the Rametu, and the NETERU. Throw out, from the time that they documented from Ptah, they're 24,900 years. Throw that out. Because Mizraim was the first among the Egyptians. What about SYNCELLUS? Y'all got y'all NETERU axes out yet? Over a millennium after MANETHO. So what does SYNCELLUS say? Y'all ready to y'all ready to see what SYNCELLUS says? Uh-oh. From SYNCELLUS on the antiquity of Egypt. Manetho of Sebennytus, chief priest of the accursed temples of Egypt, who lived later than Berosus in the time of Ptolemy Philadelphus, writes to this Ptolemy with the same utterance of lies as Berosus concerning 6 dynasties or 6 gods who never existed. Here we go. All the Kemetic teachers of today, all the ones who wanted to speak about the NETERU as principle, Shu is air. Here you go. Concerning 6 dynasties or 6 gods who never existed, Mr. SYNCELLUS follower. These, he says, reigned for 11,985 years. The first of them, the god Ptah, was king for 9,000 years. Now, some of our historians reckoning these 9,000 years as so many lunar months and dividing the number of days in these 9,000 lunar months by the 365 days in a year. Why are you dividing by 365 days in a year? Oh, the ones who said that they were 9,000 years don't know what a year is when they're the ones who created the 360 day and added the 5 days into the year to make the 365 day year. Why are you dividing by that? But anyways, if we do that, we'll come to a total of 727 3/4 years. They imagine that they have attained a striking result, but one must rather say that it is a ludicrous falsehood, which they have tried to pit against what? that they have tried to pit against truth. Here is this. It's a ludicrous falsehood which they have tried to pit against truth. And so now here comes your dynasties, and here comes the years based on all of this stuff that they began to do, and saying that a year, the Kemetians said a year was a month. So now Ptah ruled for 727 years, right? Because that matches now. Now we have, Moses, we have these our characters in the Bible, they live 700 years, 800 years. We can have him ruling that much. Oh, and then here we go to Ra, 80 years, 80 and 1/6 years. Shu, 56 and 7/12 years. Geb, 40 years. Asar and Aset, 35 years. Set, 29 years. Oh, so now it's starting to fit into our narrative here. Now that I have shown you the sources scholars use today as authoritative with the pure Christian bias interjected all throughout their records, right? Because I'm just showing you the NETERU and what's being spoken about the actual NETERU. But the list continues, right? It goes all the way to Alexander, right? As the dynasties, so it has many, or Unas, and then Teti. It has the Nesu, the Par-Ees of Hapi, of the Nile Valley, of Tamaray. But it's now when they're speaking about the NETERU that the narrative and the lie begins to be interjected, right? But this list continues all the way to Alexander. And this was, for the most part, copied from Manetho, who copied from the Remetu. But now when they're speaking about the NETERU is when all of this Isfet is deeply injected. So, because when it comes to sources of the chronology of the Par-Ees and Kemet, there's not a lot. So this writing here is what is a standard base foundation that a lot of scholars use, and why dynasties are still used, and the rulership and the reign of the Par-Ees. Let me now take you to one of the indigenous sources. Let me take you to the ABTU Nesu Renren. Okay, now we can get up out of here now. We can. I know it's hard to make it through these aesthetic conscious beings, but we have to go through it for exactly why I did, to show why it exists today. And people keep saying the NETERU are fake, because that's what SYNCELLUS said, because that's what EUSEBIUS said. Fallacious. All right. So now I'm going to take you to the ABTU Nesu Renren of Ka Nakat Ka Mwaset Sa'ank Tawi, the dual king, Min Ma'at Ra, Sa Ra, Seti, Merin Ptah. Abti or Abdu is what they call ABYDOS. Nesu, king. Ren, which is a list of names. So this is the actual title for what they call the king's list. The ABTU Nesu Ren here in Abdu. And here we have now. All right, we can put the Neter axis down, and we can now sit and relax and observe the greatness of the great ancestors who who brought forth the real history. Everything was intentional and purposeful. And of course, there's always a learning process and an improvement process. And there's things that took place. Kemet, Tamare, Smatawi was a long lasting civilization. You know, there's gonna be ups and downs. There's gonna be figuring things out. There's gonna be those who try to bring forth a new consciousness, and because you're the first one to do something, there is no blueprint for it. You have to learn. This is what we're doing at the House of Aten. There's no blueprint for what we're doing. So we have to be very calculated and conscious and listen and learn from the great ancestors who did certain things and follow their guidance to prevent certain mistakes from happening. But it's inevitable that things happen. You correct them. And this is what Ma'at is. It's examination, right? That's why I say once you come into the consciousness of Ma'at is when the real work begins. Because now you have to be truthful and wash your eye and have the Ma'at to be able to see that which you may have been avoiding your entire life, that you have been running from. Now you have to look at it directly, acknowledge it. And when you do that, you can begin to remove it and replace it. So here we are at the ABTU temple of Min Ma'at Ra, Seti the first, King Seti. Right, and here we are right here. I pulled it up on the Google Maps for everyone so you can see the beautiful flower of the Nile of the Hapi and where we are at alongside the Hapi. Right, and here's the entire temple. What we're looking at here is right here. All right, so now we're going to go through. We're going to do a walkthrough. You all want to do a walkthrough through this very beautiful Here we go. Let's give adoration. All right. Okay, let me come back here. All right, Tuahenu. Hope you all enjoyed that. And this is where we are going to take a look at something. Let's look at peace and love, everyone, in the chat. Hope you are supporting this class and walking you through what has taken place. Axe been getting sharper by the slide. Yes. Get that heck out of here. Yes. First Stan Lee was Eusebius, author of biblical comic books narratives. Hotep, great brother Maharu. Glad to see you here. Nefertat, now you speak in my language. Yeah, now we're in the Medu. Peace, Robert Williams. Yeah, let's walk. I hate that it's not the original Seti I temple. Well, Seti I is the one who started it. And his son was the one who completed it. Does anyone know who, without looking it up, don't anyone look it up, who is the son of Seti the First? Does anyone know who that is? Who finished that very beautiful temple there? Anyone else playing Michael Jackson Remember the Time in their mind watching this? Absolutely. All right. Peace and love. So yes, does anyone know who the son of Seti the First is without looking it up? Let's get the tones back going. Is there anyone here in the chat who knows who Seti the First son was? Angela Gates said, I don't know his son. Jay Kirkland said, was it Ramesses? Was it? Let's wait for a few more because there were 11. There were 11 Ramesses. Ramesses 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was Ramesses 11. Alexander the Greek. Alexander was the son of Seti? Is that like a quiet emoji? LOL, Ramesses II. There we go. Yes. Ramesses II is the son of Seti the First. Absolutely. You're right on the money, Jay Kirkland. Peace and love, great brother. All right. So here's where you will find a king's list. Right? Here's where you will find a king's list. And you can see here, you see Seti alongside here with the NETERU. All right. And let's I love doing these tours in the PERS. All right, so here's where you will find a king's list. All right, so here's the temple of Seti I, ABYDOS. Here's the plan of it. Walk in, here's the entrance to the first court, to the second court, to the first hypostyle hall, to the second hypostyle hall, right? And then right here, right in the second hypostyle hall, you take a left and you will get to what's called Gallery of the Lists, right? And so, yes, it's good to have these too, even when, for those who may be able to visit, so you can know exactly if you're looking for something specific, you can know exactly where to go and where it's at. So here is Gallery of the List, right here.
And then also what we find is this King's List, which is located on the way to the Osirion. And if you have a really good guide, what you'll find out is that the King's List is actually not complete, because all of the Amarna period, meaning, for example, Tutankhamun, Akhenaten, and others of the 18th dynasty are missing from that list.
Were y'all able to hear that? Were y'all able to hear the person speaking while the video was playing? Let me make sure before I move forward. Okay, Never Kept Rest says yes, yes. All right, Tua. All right. So here is a king's list, the ABTU, Nesu, Ren. That leads to the Osirian temple. And I did spoke on that, going into the class on the flower of life, and showed and spoke about it there, as well as the class where I went into the book of Nut, Out of the Darkness. So you can go there to learn more about, again, when you come through here and you go out to what's called the Osirian, or the Cenotaph of Seti the First.
And now we're walking through to the very end. And here we have the King's List, supposedly of all of the pharaohs, but actually the whole reign of the 18th dynasty is not included. So that means that Hatshepsut and Akhenaten and Tutankhamun are not represented here. It is as if they wanted to erase them from history.
So here we are, just showing you more videos of people taking tours and recording it, and walking through this hall here, there's something in particular, because I went to find a specific thing. And so I'm looking at all the tours. I'm everyone who has a tour on Kemet, or excuse me, on this particular temple. I watched it because I'm looking for something in particular, and I'll do this because a lot of things you may not be able to find just Googling. So because I study the NETERU, I'm able to see certain things. So whenever someone is walking, so when I seen him walking, you know, I'm talking, I'm like, yes, go in that room. That's where I need you to go. Yep, go in there because I need to look at something. I need to look at something.
Now we're walking through to the very end.
But there's something that that no one who walks in this hall does.
And is this what's this one? Is this repeated or
No,
different?
this is not just.
Nothing to do with the king.
Yeah. But generally message.
And is this what's this one? Is this repeated or
No,
different?
this is not just.
Nothing to do with the king.
Yeah. But generally message.
Before I go on, I'd just like to indicate that I'm not putting anything disparaging on the tour guide. That's how they make their living, and they need to be very careful about what they say, and they could lose their living if they were to upset certain establishment or authorities in there. So just indicate that I would offer all sorts of apologies and reasons why it was important for these tour guides whose living comes from this to say that there is nothing to do of importance on this side of the hallway, this passage here, because on one side, on the right side, we see the King's List, which begins from Nama onwards, but actually what we have on the other side is what's sometimes referred to as the first time or the first occurrence, or Zep Tepi.
You muted, great brother, if you're talking.
To our great brother. So yes, as as everyone walks in this particular room, they only showed, if you go back and watch the videos I played, they all just turned to the right and showed that list. None of them turned to the left and showed it. And yes, to Angela Gates. So everyone always only looks at the right side of the wall, or which is known as the west side of the wall. And where you have the Nesu, Rin Rin, that excludes Akhenaten, that excludes Nefertiti, that excludes Tutankhamun, that excludes Smenkhara, the ones who are associated with Akhenaten because of the uproar that took place when Akhenaten was ruling, and he started to incorporate and attempt to bring the source of Ra, of Aten, and there was a lot of people who had a lot of problems with that, right? Because there's a lot that goes into that. And so, you know, some people need to be walked, baby stepped through certain things, and others are just directly jump right into it. And he tried to make that transition immediately, while everyone is still living their lives in which the way it was lived. So it dealt with a lot of things financially. There was a lot of things that took place. And so because of that, there were other Par'is who would do certain types of rituals to remove the history of Akhenaten. So that definitely took place. And so on this king's list here, Akhenaten's name isn't here. And it's for a particular reason, because this hallway is a ritualistic hallway that has a purpose. And I'm going to get into that. So as you can see, in every video shown, there is no clear shot or focus on the side holding the names of the NETERU that you just heard the gentleman speaking about, the time of the Zep Tepi, where the tour guide was like, no, that has nothing to do with the king's list. And then she turned you right back over to the right side. This is the king's list, and how they can't speak about certain things. I was only able to find one video that came close to giving this side of the king's list more attention. Here it is. So I spent hours, and I do this to go through different places to because it actually saves you a lot of time in the long run if you're looking for something specific. And plus, I like to admire just what we created, right? So I was able to find one video, and here it is. It lasts less than 10 seconds. And then these things pop up giving you recommendations for the next video. So here it is. Now we're on the east side of the wall. We're on the east side of the wall now. For just a little bit of time. So I don't know how long it took me, but for that little bit of clip of video, it took a very long time to find it. So there you are. I'll save everyone that time and give you a actual nice video of what no one else shows. which on the opposite side is the list of the kings from Narmer on forward. And this is the side of the Zeb Tepi. Let the house of Aten now be the first ones to bring to you the side of the ABTU Nesu Ren Ren that no one has ever shown or even spoken about to you. Right? Everyone avoids this. So let me click that there and take you into a very beautiful 360. Let's go here, watching VR. And here we are. So here's the side that everyone always shows. Right? And you see Seti here, Seti the first here, and you see Ramesu the second here with a papyrus scroll. He's opening up a papyrus scroll and he's reading, right? Giving offering to the Par'ii that were before him, all except Akhenaten and Tutankhamun. But we see here, starting with Min E, which is Narmer, Tet T, right? ET, and on forward. On forward. As you see all the Neferpar-EEs in the Shin here. And so now let's go to the side. No one shows you. This side here. Now we're in the time of the Zeb Tepi. And as you can see, just look at the difference. Just even in the quality of the preservation of this. They ain't, you know, look at this. They're letting this just be. All right. So it starts down here. See, I wish there was a, there are, now we're getting into technologies where you can create and you can actually walk through here. And I showed a source for that in one of my classes, showing the Giza complex, and you can literally take your keyboard and walk, and you can walk in the Great Aku. You can literally go inside the shaft and walk like it's a game, like you're in this first person view and you can traverse. But here it's just a stealth 360, which is meant for VR, which are the virtual reality glasses that you can put on, and this will put you here. And see, this is a great benefit of the technology that we can utilize, right? So I don't know if anyone's ever utilized a VR, but when you put it on, you cannot separate your consciousness from actually not being in that place. So to use it for something like this will put you right here, and you can just turn and you can look and you can read and you can study all from your home. So it's a beautiful asset to have as technology can be used for those things, which is what I like to focus on and what I do and what I utilize it for. So yeah, it starts down here and then it works its way all the way here. So this is all Zep Tepi here. Okay. Beautiful ceiling. See the stars up there. All right, and then let's go back here. So here we are, the ABTU Nesu Ren Ren of the NETERU. Finally. This is the only place you're ever going to find any information in a public class on this right here. This is the one thing you're not going to find no one teaching and speaking about the ABTU Nesu Ren Ren in NETERU. You'll only hear him speaking about the other side. So here you are. This is my Hotep offering to you all. Let me give you the description of the full story in which the ABTU Nesu Ren Ren is a part of. I'm going to take you into the book Religious Ritual at ABYDOS, circa 1300 BC by A. Rosalie David. And here is the order of scenes in the gallery of lists. All right. And so here is the entrance that we saw the videos of the people walking in here and then leading out towards what's known as the Osirian. And then here's the order of scenes. So you start here at 1, and then you go here to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And so here is the gallery of the lists, right? The gallery of the lists of the kings. So you start here, and then you'll go here. King, Erit, Ebu, Nemset, In, Etef, Ptah, king, the corridor of the bull, right? The Nesu, Init, Neter, In, Shesu, the Arit, Hotep, Di, Nesu. So these are the titles and the names of what's taken place. And so the Arit, Hotep, Di, Nesu, to give an offering, a royal offering, he's the one giving an offering, or what's known as a boon or a blessing. And this was what I was going to say. This is when I was muted. So this is part of the reason why Akhenaten isn't on here, because this is Seti the First, who was the son of Ramesses the First, right? So Ramesses the First is the father of Seti the First, who gave birth to Ramesses the Second. And who appointed Ramesses the First as Nesu? It was the scribe general Par-Ii Horemheb, who took the throne after A, who was also the general of the armies to Tutankhamun. Right? So here's the what's taking place. So when Tutankhamun transitions and now A takes the throne, and you can get a good image of him. I went into Tutankhamun's Perhe in my class, speaking about the opening of the mouth ritual. And you can see a great image of A there on the wall, who is performing the opening of the mouth to Tutankhamun. So after A was Horemheb. Horemheb didn't have any children, so he appointed the next king, which was Ramesses the First, who gave birth to Seti the First, who gave birth to Ramesses the Second. So this is why here in Seti, he's leaving out Akhenaten and those associated with his rulership. Okay. All right. So yes, here's a great, everyone can, keep record of this. The list of the NETERU, list of the gods. Arit, Hotep di Nesu, and Ptah, Sakar, Usir. There you go. Ptah, Sakar. Osar. Position and the title of the rite. The entrance is the Su-Ib Hotep NETERU. It's the cleansing or the purification of the royal offerings, of the divine offerings of the Neter, is what's taking place in this hallway where people only talk about the king's list over here. Making purification with the 4 Nimset vases, the first reversion of offerings, which is the Erdit Hotep di Nesu, to do or to create the offering given by the king, which is taking place here. Then performing a censing of the incense, which was another ritual offering, performing a censing, which is taking place here. Censing and purifying offerings. Erit seneter. So seneter is another word for incense or the sense. Second reversion of the offerings, right? It's taking place here during the list of the NETERU. And then we have elevating of the offerings, which is fa'iket, to elevate the offerings. And then to cause the offerings to endure. Sarut Hotepu Neter, to have the offerings of the Neter endure and last, which is the 8th and the conclusion of what's in the here, the gallery of the lists. And so here's a beautiful facsimile. So, you know, for when you couldn't see down here, I went and dug deep to find the facsimile of this wall here. And here we have Seti the First and Ramesses the Second, right here with his hand out. And here it, now we can see the list of the NETERU. For the first time, House of Aten is bringing forth your ability to take what everyone shows you, the king's list, and turn around. The Zep Tepi, where the lady, the tour guide said, "Oh, don't worry about that side over there. That ain't nothing." Now we're looking at it. Here you go, close up. Nice and close. In Hor. So here's Ra. Aset. Here's Aset. Here's Tehuti. Here's Kemet. Here's Asar. Here's Tehuti again. Or. Beben. See the 2 obelisks. So here is the, speaking of the Neter, and then in this owl here is M, which means to be in something. So in, and now a land. So here is 2 are set within Smedet. Right? 2 Tehuti within Ka'u Aset. And so here's the Neter. Here's the land of where they're at. Here's 2 Asar within Het Ka Ptah. And here's more as it keeps going. Right? 2 Kemet within Mer Bast Per. And then this is the giving, right? The cha or the da or the d, to give, of the king Min Ma'at Ra. Merin Ptah. So this is this repeating of this is the king offering of Memra Ra and Merin Ptah, Seti the first. All right. So let's read the translation from Religious Ritual at ABYDOS. Scene B, the king holds a censer, right? What he's holding his hand here. And this is why I always speak about the imbuement and why I love it so much. When I say, hey, we at the House of Aten, we have all these things and we're trying to, not trying, we are literally bringing forth items to imbue our everyday lives. Because when I look at Seti the first, he's holding an incense that has Heru or Ra on it.
I need it's showing your slides before you show them. It's there at the bottom. It's not hidden like you had it before.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Meaning up, brother.
All right. Yes. Thank you, Atef. So yes, here we are. The king holds a censer. So he's holding a censer. And it's a beautiful thing. So I see the imbuement that the Par'is take place in. So, you know, I love to burn incense. Atef is the incense netter. He has all the scents. He put me on the smokeless Japanese incense that I love. And Atef is also the word for incense. So, but here's one of my incense holders here, right? The Iani, which is the baboon, right? Incense holder. And I can put a cone or a pyramidal incense right there, burn that, right? So we see the imbuement where everything takes a place, right? Everything that's being used, because this is what the great ancestors did, and they did it for many different powerful reasons, and to become that, because this is a process of an experience that leads to what takes place after you're no longer within the cot or the body. And so the more you're able to program your ka and apply your way of life to every single action that you do, the more sekim and power you gain over your own ability to create and to take, to have control of what happens. Because you're tying links and associations with immortality. All right. So the king holds a censer, and he and Prince Ramesses stands before an offering list. Ramesses pours out a libation on an offering stand. The speech of the king is as follows. All right. And so here we are. We have the Ched, the Cha'an, Nesubiti, Tawi, Min Ma'at Ra. So words spoken by the king of the two lands, Min Ma'at Ra, the Cheta An, words spoken by Sa-Ra, Neb, Ka. Merin, and Ptah. And then here we start here. The Cheta, Ib, so pure, Ptah Sakar. All right, here's Ptah Sakar Asar. So pure Ptah Sakar Asar, foremost of the Westerners, who resides in the mansions of Min Ma'at Ra, Het Min Ma'at Ra, and the Ennead who are therein. Here's the Pa'ut or the Pesht, who are within, Im, who are within. The pure incense is sweet of perfume, which is in accordance with the writings of the divine book, which is in the temple. Their two arms they place around Ra. He purifies Ptah Sakar, Osar, in his house and in his temple, in his gnomes, which are in Upper Kemet, and in his tomb, which is in Lower Kemet, and upon his offering tables, which are in the sky, upon earth, and in his temples, to be recited 4 times, pure, pure. And so now we will go along the top here. Read along the top that goes all the way across here. So it starts all the way over here and then goes all the way across. So this is what we're going to be reading next. Above the list of offerings are these words: making a boon, which the king gives for Ptah Sakar Osar. Arit Nesu Cha Hotep An Ptah Sakar Osar. Foremost of the Westerners, who resides in the mansions of Min Ma'at Ra, and the Ennead or the Pesht and the Neter, Im, within the mansion of Min Ma'at Ra. The Ennead who are in attendance upon him by the king Min Ma'at Ra, son of Ra, Seti, Merin Ptah. Come to me, Ptah Sakar Osar, O ranger of the NETERU, come at they invocation. O ye swift NETERU, come to me, O Ptah Sakar Osar, come, O ranger of the NETERU, to King Min Ma'at Ra, thy majesty, thy servant, who does not forget thy body. With all these thy provisions, thou enterest into this thy bread and to thy beer, namely, choicest meat portions of cattle and fowl, in millions and hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, thousands and hundreds. Thou hast filled thy house with all good things. Tehuti is pleased with the white eye of Heru, that thy face may be white thereby in its name of bread. Right? You remember my class on Ptah, and I went into the bread and how bread is also a name of Tehuti. It's Ta. The list of the NETERU to whom the offerings are made is divided into 60 columns, each separated into 3 registers, and the top register of each column are the words to the NETERU's name in a city or sanctuary. In the second register, this formula is repeated for another neter. In the third register, in alternate columns, in either the words, as the gift of the king Min Ma'at Ra, king of Upper Egypt, as the gift of the son of Ra, Seti, Merin Ptah. Right, so the 3 registers. Here's the first register, second register, third register. So this is a beautiful offering ritual that is taking place. And so, because I'm doing an entire class on this Nesu Ren Ren, on this king list in ABTU, it only would be right for me to just give you and give those who come to this class later, because you're not going to find this on any video, on any class, anywhere. It's just give you the full facsimile of the entire wall of the side of the Zep Tepi that no one shows, right? And so here is the source and where you can find this. Another reason why I appreciate what you can do with technology, because these books are in different languages that I do not speak. So it helps a lot to be able to translate these things to find other things that I'm looking for, because these aren't in English. All right, so here we go. All right, just going through all the NETERU here. Tehuti or Sobek. Sobek 4 times. There's our set again in Pu. Right, Tehuti. Naha Ke. Right, Geb. Here's Net, Neith. Samin. Ba. All right, this is, as you see here, just going through all the NETERU. And it continues. Here's the full complete list for you, all the way through. All right, so just get a good look at it, because you've never seen this. Dua. Many may say that this King's List isn't historical, right? Because it's missing Akhenaten. Yes, those of the Amarna period were left out because this was a ritual of offerings. And because of the major changes that Akhenaten put into place, this created a division between him and those associated with him for the Nesu beat who came after. Is there a King's List that is recognized as an actual historical document written by the followers of Ma'at? Yes. It resides upon a tax registry papyrus. Here's the Taurine Papyrus tax list in the Museo Egizio collection, inventory number CAT 1874. So here is a tax list. All right, here's a close-up of the real ancestral artifact, and then another facsimile, because this is in hieratic, and so it's a whole nother thing to begin to recognize, and you can and you do once you begin to look at it enough, you're able to see and learn some of the hieratic. But I'll put the facsimile here in the Medu for everyone so you can see.
The big temple of Amun in Karnak had to make a list of the taxes. All kinds of people belonging to the temple everywhere in the country had to pay taxes. For instance, fishermen, mat makers, people from strongholds, from the oasis, they all had to pay their taxes. So that was written on that side, the first side of the papyrus, in different sections. One of the main columns is here, where we have the dues, the taxes that the fishermen have to pay. And those were the fishermen living in the Fayum oasis, still in modern Egypt a place where they have a lot of fishermen. That it is a fisherman who pays taxes to see at the numbers. Because the people who pay in silver, of course, do not pay high numbers. You don't pay 1,000 kilo of gold or silver. But fishermen have to pay 20,000 fishes. And so if we see high numbers, we know exactly what numbers are, of course, then we can say, that must be for fishermen or fowlers, also bird keepers. They also have to pay in kind. And then you see the high numbers. In all the other cases, you see smaller numbers. Fishermen pay in an amount of fish. Bird keepers pay in an amount of birds. And that altogether formed the income of a temple. A temple was not only a cult place, but it was also an economic institution where, income was organized and also distributed again to not only priests, but also personnel. So income and expense were two parts of the same economy. At a certain moment, people didn't need this tax list anymore. They wanted a new arrangement of taxes, and they disposed of the document and they gave it to other people to use as writing paper, because the other side was then still completely blank.
All right, so as you can see, that the Taurine Papyrus is a tax list. And the beautiful thing about it is, because the forms of currency were that of which you were, whatever your occupation was, this is what you utilized to help and build the nation, and to help pay the priests, the scribes, the ones who were responsible for the immortality part of the way of life, the guidance of Ma'at, and for the protection and the support of those, because it was a reciprocity. And so if you were a fisherman, right, you paid in fish. If you were a baker, you paid in bread. So no one was just sitting around not supporting to build up the nation. And here is a documented ancestral artifact to show it. And so the scribes were accountants, and they would keep track of that. So you'll see on many different papyruses and wall depictions and art, where you'll see the one who is creating the thing or collecting the thing, and you'll see the scribe sitting there documenting and keeping track of the finances, keeping track of the mathematics, keeping track of the quantity of what's coming in. Because when you're you have to feed, you have to have the right, your math has to be right. And so it was very meticulous calculations on this, and this was the job of the scribe. And And so here is a documentation of that. So to Ahenu, to the great scribes who did what they did so that the nation could continue to maintain and rations would be made appropriately. As again, this was just, if you want to go by archaeology of today and where they considered the time span of civilization was 3,000 years. Nothing like that has existed ever. And it was Ma'at. It was the system of Ma'at that allowed that to exist. Right. And so you'll find in Ma'at, in the writings of Ma'at, to not lie with your pen. Right. You'll find that in Amen Mope, to be in Ma'at with what you write, or else what you have will be taken from you. So there was a system put in place of Ma'at to keep high accuracy of recording. So it's a beautiful thing. So here is some of the history, and I put this in here for Menku Hara because last class he was speaking about this person and he remembered the name once we were in the back. And so here is 200 years of research, histories of study from 1822 to 2022, because the Turin papyrus was reconstructed again in 2022. So just recently, 2 years ago, they took some time and did more reconstruction of it, right? Because it's in 300 pieces. So this is a papyrus that is still being worked on. So here's 1820 to 1822. Bernardino Dovredi. According to contemporary scholars, the papyrus was purchased in a complete state, but became fragmented afterwards during its transport. It is most likely that it was already a mass of fragments like most of the Deir el Medina material, because the ones who were excavating these areas weren't archaeologists and knew how to deal with papyrus. So a lot of the papyrus was damaged when these people were going in and getting it and bottling it up and trying to transport it and carry it over. They were destroying a lot of the papyruses, and it happened with this one too. In 1824, Jean-Francois Champollion studied the fragments and undertook the initial sorting of them in Turin, identifying 47 fragments out of around 300. And he made facsimiles of each piece that you see here. And this is in the Ramesside Inscriptions, Historical and Biographical, Volume 2. And here's another beautiful facsimile. This is from Kenneth A. Kitchen, who has a ton of work. This is another person who did a lot of work. And even as recent as 2016, 2017, putting out books, translations, Kenneth A. Kitchen. And here's a facsimile of the tax list starting here. Recto, column 1. Right, so you see there's a lot of lost pieces, a lot of damage. Oh, but wait, weren't we just talking about the Nesu and the NETERU, and why are we looking at a tax list? Oh yes, you didn't know that a king's list is written on the verso side of this papyrus, did you? Because we didn't waste nothing. The papyrus was originally used as a tax list to keep track of taxes. But when that was no longer needed, it was then given to another group for another set of purposes on the verso side, which is on the back side of the papyrus. And this, and again, I just wanted to touch on the tax list side, because when people speak about the Taurine papyrus, it's never showing the tax list. So I'm showing you full, complete what you see on one side. I'm flipping it and showing you the other side, because it's just as important, because it all plays a part in the construction of Ma'at. Welcome to Scribal Sessions.
Yo, let's go.
The Taurine Papyrus Kings List. So Hotep Hindu to the Great Saba, because he was the first one that I've ever seen show this, the Kings List of the Taurine Papyrus, which began my research and digging into what all I'm bringing forth to you all in this class. So here is the Kings List that you see, and it starts here. So this is on the verso side. Recto is the front. So when you roll up a papyrus, that which is being rolled in, the inside of it, that's the recto. That's the front side. The fibers are more connected, and it's more smooth. But the other side is still usable. And so once the tax list was done, the papyrus was given to someone who then documented what's known as the single-handedly most important historical document that we have in regarding the kingship, the Taurine papyrus. You know, people say, hey, look at this, it's all cut up in pieces. Yes, it is. But there are a lot of people who dedicate their lives to this. And this is what I always iterate, is there are people who aren't followers of Ma'at who are dedicating their life to Ma'at in a scholastic way. In a scholastic way, they're dedicating their lives to this. So they're utilizing the technologies. So to be able to put these things together. All right. And they're able to read this. They're able to read the hieratic. They can read this. They can look at the fibers of the papyrus and line it up. All right. So I'm going to play another video of someone who was working on this and who was responsible for the digital restoration. So there was someone who was responsible for the physical restoration, right? Who went through, and because before it was like this, the person who restored it prior took some others like strings and was tying it together. So throughout the years, like this was found in 1820. And so to 2022, 2 years ago, there's still scholars and there's pieces of this papyrus that we don't know where it goes yet, because some of the pieces is just we don't have enough information to be able to put it in its proper place. So there's a whole table of pieces right here that haven't been placed. But with what we do have, we have a ton of information, and this is what Manetho was copying from when he given the list of the NETERU and showing Ptah, Ra, Shu, showing Geb, Asar as the kings, and then going into the Aku, or the spirits who's ruling, and this time period prior to Narmer. It's from the Taurine papyrus, and this was a king's list that was copied from another king's list, because in the documentation of the time periods, the scribe would write. So like how if you're writing something and instead of writing the same thing over and over again, you'll put like a little line, like a ditto mark to mark that this means that. to save time and to save space. So that is also what takes place on this papyrus here. And some of the time periods that may be the same, instead of writing it all out, the scribe put a ditto mark to let you know that it's the same as that or the same as that. But because we're missing a lot, some of it we may not know because we don't have what it's supposed to be the same of. But what we do have, we have enough technology, we have enough time, we have enough information to be able to give some accurate accounts, and taking the list of Manetho of all the other Part EEs and Eusebius, that, you know, the side I didn't show, I showed where they going into the NETERU and the projection to be able to discredit the NETERU, to implant Christianity. But as you go further down and you read the Part EEs, it is accurate very closely to this, and this is why we can utilize that, because we have this a real ancestral artifact that documents the reign of the Nesu.
So what we have before us here is the famous Turin King list. This is a papyrus that is approximately 3,200 years old, and it records roughly 1,500 years worth of kings who ruled approximately from 3100 BC until around 1600 BC. So it's an incredible old document recording incredibly old kings. And it goes even further back. Those are the historical kings, but it also includes the mythological rulers of Egypt. So ideally taking us back tens of thousands of years. It is a unique document. We don't have any other king list of this type from ancient Egypt written in the Egyptian script. There's one comparable text from the early Hellenistic period, but it doesn't survive on any papyrus, only in medieval manuscripts and much later copies. One of the great challenges in working with the king list is that it has been reconstructed a number of times. None of the reconstructions are perfect, and that is because of its state of preservation. It consists of a few hundred fragments, many of them quite small. You can actually see a few fragments here that certainly belong to the king list. There are also fragments here that we have removed today. They do not belong to the fragments. They probably come from the site of the Al-Medina. And so one of the challenges is finding out exactly which fragments do belong and which ones do not belong. And once we have an idea of what belongs, the task is then to try to find the location of little fragments like that. And there is almost an endless number of possibilities. If we're working with well-known text, we will of course be able to place the fragments very easily. And if we're working with literary text, there's a kind of logic in the lines. There is an expected grammar, sentence structures, and so forth. But this is just a long list of kings and numbers, the length of their reigns. And so when we find a fragment with 2-3 numbers, the possibilities are almost limitless. Some of the fragments add new names of unknown kings. They're still important for us because they mainly belong to parts of Egyptian history that is little known to us. But we also have fragments that belong to kings that are known, and sometimes they have historical importance. So a couple of years ago, I was able to join a fragment of a king of the 13th dynasty, which meant we had to revise the established chronology of the early part of that pyramid, and also indirectly redate one of the few pyramids from that era. So we also find that kind of information. They also included all the kings known to them, whether they were male or female, whether they had a good renown or a bad reputation. So the so-called Hyksos rulers, for instance, are included. They're down here. This is the first foreign rulers to occupy Egypt and rule Egypt, which is sort of societal trauma in later times in Egypt. So they are included. And they also include petty kings that rule for very short periods of times. So an example of that is, for instance, this king here. He's a king called Sekhepa-Enre, who is unknown to even to most Egyptologists, I feel fairly sure. And he had a reign of 0 years, 2 months, and then he had either 1, 2, 3, or 4 days. So his entire rule was between 61 and 65 days.
All right, so we can see clearly that this particular Nesu Ren is extremely important today, because this is the only one of its kind that exists. So it doesn't, there's no bias in it. It's just complete historical record and documenting every single king that took place. And like you said, including the Hekakasu. It doesn't matter what people may have thought about the particular king. This ancestral artifact documented it. And this is the ancestral artifact that is used to showcase the NETERU as kings, bringing forth civilization to Tamere. So this is a document that is purely historical, to keep record of the kings of rulership. The Taurian Kings list by Kim Reicholt, Papyrus Taurian Inventory 1874 Verso. The Taurian Kings list, or so-called Royal Canon of Turin, is the only true kings list from ancient Egypt prior to the Ptolemaic period. The designation, and as you've seen, he spoke about changing chronology and changing the dates of certain things and the time periods where certain things exist, because this has part EEs on there that aren't known. There may not be a lot of information because they may only ruled for 2 months for whatever reason that took place. This, even with all of the missing parts, documents so much that we don't have. The designation True Kings List is used here in the sense that the compiler of the document aimed at recording all the kings of Egypt together with their exact length of reign. This marks an important contrast to several other known lists of kings from ancient Egypt, such as the cultic assemblages of deceased kings engraved on the walls of the temples of Seti I and Ramesses II at ABTU that I just showed everyone, and in the tomb of the priest Joloi at Saqqara. These lists all have in common the fact that they include only a limited number of kings, that they were singled out according to some unstated principle, and that none of them records the reign length of the kings in question. The Taurian Kings list is, in other words, a unique document. So it tells the exact Nesu, and it tells how long they reigned. So this takes us all the way back to Eusebius, who creates this narrative that the Remetu, that the Kemetians didn't know what a year was. That for some reason, when you're speaking about the NETERU, now the years are months, but now when you go to OANNES, now the years are correct again, right? So all the time prior to Mini or Narmer, the years were represented as months. But now when you get to Narmer, now the years are correct on the years now. It's right now. So this is this complete blatant lie that Eusebius was bringing forth to, again, just smash the chronology that the Remetu documented and left, to tell the biblical narrative. And now you create the dynasties, and now the NETERU are fake and fallacy, even though they're written on a purely historical documented list of part EEs from the beginning. The Nesu Rinrin of Turin is single-handedly the most important historical document of the recording of the kings of Ptah. This includes all of that which exists before Mene or Narmer. It is purely conjecture when one attempts to call the NETERU mythological, discrediting the fact that the document is purely historical. Here's column 1. The Papyrus of Kings restored. Giulio Farina. So Farina was one of the first. This was written in 1938. He was the first one to begin taking a full facsimile of the papyrus. So we have a full facsimile. The dynamics of the NETERU and heroes. Since the text began at the same height as the other columns, 10 lines should be assumed to be missing. In all, they were 25. Some have placed the fragments, 40 plus 39 plus 37 here, but the fibers are different. Paleographically, they are from another papyrus. As for the recto, it is absolutely out of place. The text has nothing to do with the canon when it's speaking about these fragments. There is no doubt from the remains of the epitome of Manetho, which the first dynasty counted in the annals, was that of the NETERU. It began with the Ptah, Hephaestos of Memphis, followed by his son, the sun god Ra or Helios, then the god Sosis, who they call Ares, which is Shu, as you see here, and the NETER-Geb, who they say is CHRONOS. John of Antioch preserves the transcription of Egyptian names. In the first column, the first intact readable name is Geb, but we can see the traces of the 3 previous ones. We put Sosis or Ptah, Shu, and Re. We put Shu and Re in there and put the name of Ptah at the head. So here's column 1, and this is where the papyrus starts. As far as here that we have, which is Geb. Here's Nesu BT Shu, Nesu BT Ra, Nesu BT Ptah. All with the symbol of Heru on a standard, which was a symbol of the Neter, even prior to the axe, was the hawk on a standard. Geb, Asar, Set, Heru, Anku Jasaneb, Ren Pet. This word Ren Pet is years, not lunar month. Here's the lunar month of a year is really a 30-day. This is Ren Pet. Nesu BT Tehuti, Anku Jasaneb, Ren Pet, Ka, in which this was corrected because this is, again, 1938. And as time goes, things are corrected. And but that's what you do. You build on the base. Nesu BT Ma'at, Nesu BT Hor. All right, King Ptah, whose lifespan was, of course, a lot of time span is missing, and you've seen in some of the Greek documents they gave it to 9,000 years. And but we'll keep reading. Re, Shu, Geb, Osar, Set, Hor, Tehuti, Ma'ah, and Hor. And the reign of span here. As for the god Ptah, some Greek sources do not indicate a fixed duration of years, but an infinite kingdom. This is not the opinion of our manuscript, As for the two NETERU named Heru, the first was the son of Asar, the second another form, perhaps Or-Er, which is the great Heru. The continuation of the column seems to be, and then just another continuation. So here you go. Dul King name, Nesubiti, the king's name. He acted, Arit, in, F, M, and kingship. X years, which is Renpet. Oh, here's the word month. Here's month. How we have year and month if month is a year. And Z days. Days, Heru. So Renpet, Abed, Abedu, Heru. Column 1.12. The first of the 9 NETERU of the Ennead would have been recorded here. Column 1.13. The second of the 9 NETERU of the Ennead would have been recorded here. Column 1.14. The Dul King Geb. $13. Right? We have a lot missing, but we do have, here's the B, this little line all the way around here with the lines up under it, the legs. This is B. You see the foot, and then here's Heru on the standard. So there's Geb. The next 1.15 is the Dul King Asar. Dul King Asar. 1.16, the Dul King Set. 200 plus X years. All right. So going through the Pesht or the Ennead. Column 1.17, the Dul King Heru. 300 years. All within the Shin and the Neter axis on this historical document that is used to tell the reign of all of the per-EEs that aren't even known to Egyptologists today. The Dul King Tehuti, life, prosperity, and health, 7,726 years. Renpet, years. Years, not lunar month. We have a word for lunar and we have a word for month. The 1,000 number is clearly 7,000 and not 3,000 as incorrectly read by Farina that I showed. And so here's the Ka with 7 Kas. So 7,726 years. And here is number 8, 1.19, which is the Dul King Ma'at with all of the beautiful symbols that represent Ma'at and the Netert. The cobra sign, a determinative for a goddess, is an anomaly not usually seen in Ma'at's name. And so here is the continuation to column 2, right? Where it's showing whose years were, right? Whose reigns amounted to, whose years were, the duration, whose reigns and years in life. So very meticulous, clear documentation. Here, the Shimsu Hor. Here we are. Number 8. There's Tehuti, the Ak, Heru, and then here's Shem, Su, Hor, Shimsu Hor. 13,420. 13,420 years. Total of the reigns up to Shimsu Hor was years 23,100 plus X. So the total amount of years of reigns up to the Shemsu Hor was 23,100 years. Total their years up to King Menes was 36,520 years. So not lunar months or what Eusebius was trying to do. The Ak, right? The Ak or spirit. Total years 13,100 plus 13,420 of the Shemsu Horde. The Ak of the Shemsu Horde up to King Menes, 36,520. There is nothing in the epitome of Manetho that can help reconstruct what is missing in the canon. The fourth Neter Geb is followed by three: Asar, Set, and Oros, i.e. only the first two. Their empire would have lasted until Biden, the Egyptian god Beti, with a sum for two dynasties of 13,900 years. They would have been followed by what they call the heroes, other kings, Memphites, Thenites, and side heroes, 11,025 years. Some Christian chronographers on which we depend for these figures have reduced them to match the Jewish chronology. You see it here. They have reduced them to match the Jewish chronology. A vague indication of the length of this period can also be found in the Annals. Right? Sovereigns are mentioned on the Cairo fragment. In the Palermo, there are 146. So the Palermo stone is another documentation of Nesu. Right? So on the years that pre-dynastic reigns cumulatively, it is useful to note how it would turn out to be a multiple of the Sothic period, and therefore not due to tradition, but in part the result of religious speculation. Right? And so as it continues into column 2, going into the Ak, or the spirits who reigned, again, 36,520 years. From Shemsu Hor to Narmer, right? Where everyone knows and recognizes who's the first king of Egypt. Narmer. Okay, well, here he is. Here he is, Meni. King of the house, the dual king Meni, which is Narmer. Because remember, the kings have 5 names. This is his throne name, Nesubiti. His birth name was Nar and Mer, the catfish and the chisel. Right? And so leading up to Narmer was what? As you see here, got the columns 3.8, 3.9, and 3.10. Of the spirits and followers of Heru, 13,420 years. Reigns of spirits and followers of Heru. Restoration. Reigns of spirits and followers of Heru, 13,420 years. Next column. The lifetime to the followers of Heru, 23,200 years. Their lifetime until the followers of Heru, 23,200 years. And so after the Shemsu Hor, now we get Narmer. Now we get Narmer. So the first roll of the papyrus containing the name of a mortal king. The B sign is about 1 centimeter to the left compared to 3.11, and the trace is now lost ahead of the title seen on the plates of Lepsius and Wilkinson, further reinforced that this roll contains a heading serving as an introduction of the kings. Right? So even when it comes to the NETERU, the first where Ptah would be, there were still multiple lines. So that's where an introduction would be. Right? And it's showing here as well. And so now introducing these kings. This also indicates that the Egyptians themselves did not divide this period into 10 different dynasties as per the writings of Manetho. And so here's just some more part EEs, just to show that this is what's used to keep track of the chronology of the kingship. Column 4.25 is the dual king OANNES. 30 years. OANNES. The dual king OANNES. Manetho Hellenized the name as Onos and recorded his reign to be 33 years. The end of the name of the third row of Champollion's fragment Hech. And here's OANNES here in the ABYDOS canon, Saqqara canon, and Africanus. 33 years. And you have it documented here in 30 years. The OANNES Nefer Asut, name of the pyramid of OANNES, which I did speak about in the class that Tef was doing, the reading of the pyramid text. And the great Saba also brought it forward in the pod class yesterday. And here's Teti. Here's Teti. All right, 6 months, 21 days. Of what we have here, but here's Teti. That's right up under OANNES. Right, Teti, and here's the different records. Teti Aset Techeta. So this is the pyramid of Teti. It's called the Tejet Aset. And also showed this as well in some of the pyramid text classes and readings that the House of Aten has given. I actually showed this on the literal entrance. The Chet Aset Teti. And here is column 7.2, the dual king, Nefer Sobek. Nefer Sobek. Which is the very first female Nesu, Sobek Neferu. Sobek Neferu. Ruling for 3 Abdu, Renpet, 10 Heru, 24. 3 years, 10 months, 24 days that you see here. Africanus wrote as 4 years. So this is a very important ancestral artifact that is used consistently for the chronology of the history of the kings and the rulers that starts with the NETERU. So just to really drive the nail home that this isn't this is something that is used consistently for the accuracy of the chronology. So as we see with this Nesu Rinrin, there is no separation from the NETERU and the kings that everyone acknowledges today. Matter of fact, they were imbuing and living out what the first kings did to establish rule and act in place of the last king of Tamaray before the kingship was passed down to the Shemsu Horde. And I showed that, showing the Shemsu Horde, and now it's being given to many. Showed the first 8. Now here is the 9th ruler, which you see a lot of it's missing here. Dual King Hor. You have the Hor. There are traces of the bee and the cartouche open, followed by the horse falcon sign. The rest is lost, but likely held the name of Heru the Elder, Haru Aris, the patron of the pharaohs. Right? And here's the Peshjed. Pesjet, 9, group of 9, the Ennead. Before going to column 1.21, the total sign, Demej, in red ink make it clear this row contained a summation. Right here. Fragment 12 consists of 2 parts that were wrongly placed by Seyfarth. The leftmost part was repositioned according to matching fibers. So we know after the 9, now there's a summary that's taking place because of this red Demej sign. So this is how we began to put together and tell what's taking place without having the full thing, because of consistencies and other parts of the papyrus that we do have. Right, so here's 1.21, 1.22. Their total years, Demej Ahasin, this is the restoration. And now right after that, the restoration total, 9 kings, their reigns from King Ra 2. And so Hotep Henu to the great NETERU, to the great scribes, to the great ancestors who documented this. So even in times of this matrix with people such as Eusebius, who attempted and did a great job at bringing forth the lie and establishing that as a standard that everyone follows. To Ahenu, to the great Pa'ut, for keeping such strong record. And so now I'll get into just a few ancestral artifacts to outside of the King's List to show again that the followers of Ma'at knew that the NETERU were physical kings. So we shall go here to the papyrus of Ani. Homage to thee, maker of the NETERU, Nesubiti, Sutenet, Asar, and you see Asar here in the Shin. Triumphant, master of worlds in his season, gracious. He is the Lord of the world. Grant thou to me a way that I may pass in peace. I am just and true. I have not spoken lies to my knowledge. Not have I acted with a second motive. So Ker Im Rek'ah. I have not spoken lies to my knowledge. Not have I acted with a second motive. And here's the actual papyrus here. Anech here. And then you see NETERU, Nesubiti, Asar in the Shin. You all ever seen that in the papyrus of Ani? That Asar is actually written as a physical king, as a Shin. In this particular Medu, homage to thee, maker of the NETERU. And here is another attestation that I put in my Heka'u class. The flaming Uraeus is the realm of magic, right? Ramesses IV, right here, Harris 501. Greetings, the only one who made himself into millions, whose expanse extends without limits, the powerful one who gave birth to himself, the Uraeus serpent, which is the Heka, the realm of flames, the realm of magic. With mysterious forms, the mysterious Ba, who is shown reverence, king of the upper and lower Egypt, Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra, and you see Amun-Ra here in the Shin. Anku Jasanet, Nesubit. Again, a physical king. King of upper and lower Kemet, Amun-Ra. May he live, be safe and sound. Egyptian 183 to 194, the Papyrus Prissy, National Library of France, known as the Maxims of Ptah Hotep. If you are a ruler responsible for the concerns of the populace, search for every opportunity to do good, so that there may be no shortcoming in your actions. Great is Ma'at, and its foundation is firmly established. It has not been shaken since the time of Asar. Great is Ma'at. Its foundation is firmly established, and it has not been shaken since the time of Asar. So there was a time of Asar that was established firmly, which is Ma'at, that's great. And he who violates the laws must be punished. In the eyes of the covetous man, it goes unnoticed that wealth can be lost through dishonesty, and that wrongdoing does not result in success. He says, I will procure wealth for myself. He does not say, I will procure wealth through my diligence. But in the long run, it is Ma'at which endures. And an honest man may state, this is my ancestral property. Hotep Henu Anku Jasaneb. To offer your attention. And with that, I will close out this class that was very important to me to bring this forward for the great ancestors and reestablish and show the NETERU, and reestablish Ma'at back on its standard. So Hotep Henu Ma'kuru, peace and love. Hotep, if you appreciate this class, be sure to send in your support. I appreciate everyone for sticking with me through this class and taking in this information. When I create these, I do not expect them to be as long as they are, but it keeps happening that way. And it's just a beautiful thing because I like to make a complete work of art that pleases my Ka when telling the story. So Hotep Henu, the original kings of Kemet, the god kings of Ta-Mare, the NETERU. House of Aten, brought to you by ANYPTAH, Aten, Tehuti.
Yo, let's go.
Hotep, great brothers.
Hotep, can you hear me? Can y'all see me? My screen look black.
Yes, and your background making the music loud. Hotep, great brother Primordial, you were on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
There we go. All right, yeah, Hotep. Yanni, man, you never cease to amaze, brother. Very thorough, very. I love anytime, especially like you and Solomon. But just to touch on just yours, I love that part where you show the facts about the lies that they try to erase. And try to match up the timeline with the Bible. That's always, I always cherish that, right? Because you actually get to see the actual trickery. You know what I mean? They being deceptive. So it's always good to point that out, and I'm so grateful that our Pa'u established this type of foundation with consistency and being thorough in documentation, that we even get a chance to have presentations like these, to be able to show the record of how long they exist, and that's always a need. I definitely love that walkthrough. In Seti II's temple, that was it definitely encourages me to want to go out there and just see it firsthand, right? You like the digital form, which is dope in itself. But I definitely it makes you want to be there, man. It makes you want to go ahead and just experience that energy, to what our Pa'u has definitely left us to continue to see. And this was just a phenomenal breakdown, brother. I appreciate your the energy that you put into this. These are teachings and presentations that's needed, great brother. So this is forever logged in on the internet, and people can literally take their time and watch these videos and especially this presentation and have an understanding on how great the NETERU are. So and the NETERU are still, and so because they monuments are established forever, right? So just Henu and Tua to you, great brother. I appreciate that wonderful presentation, man. So Dua.
Tua Henu to you, great brother. Tua for that. And I know you appreciate these, and yeah, it's a very beautiful thing. Yeah, I agree. Being able to go out there, and I already know for when I do travel there, I have to prioritize certain things because everyone, you see these walkthroughs, everyone's just, I'll look at one wall for 4 hours if I could. So I have to already plan it in my mind. Okay, I'm gonna go this day. I'm just gonna stick at this particular room. It's gonna be difficult, but I already know for me to be able to take the benefit of being able to get things that you can't find online. Yeah, I'm excited to be able to go and do that. So I agree with you, great brother. So Tua for your words. As always. All right, Hotep, and welcome Nefertatan to the panel. We'll go next beside to you. Hotep from Kemet, you there, great brother?
Hotep, yeah, can you hear me? I'm down now.
We can hear you. It's just the music gets loud.
I don't know why I do that, bro. Like, hold on. Okay, what about now?
Yeah, it went away now.
The music?
Yes.
That's good right now?
Yeah.
What about now?
Yeah, now we hear the...
Okay, all right, I got it. Okay, I got it. I know what it is. It's a lot of buttons. I got it. Yeah,
Okay.
what's up, great brother? That was I love it, bro. I love the tour, Facsimile, and the real full version of the King's List. I appreciate that, great brother. This was I like this style too. I like when you switch your style up. Switch your style up, watch the money pile up. That's what 50 Cent, that's the old school. But I like how you switched the style. It was great, brother. Very thorough. I love how you show how the Greeks, like the brother said, how Eusebius and the Greeks, how they shortened it up and switched it up. Love how you showed us how. I love how you showed us what SAG-GIG-GA, the blackhead. I love that. Right. Hey. And I especially love the whole thing, great brother. The tour was fantastic, like I said. And thanks for the Sumerian Kings list too. That was good. I love that. Appreciate you for that. Appreciate the facsimile. The walkthrough, like I said, yeah, I'm finna run that back a couple times to check out that tour. That walkthrough was great. I love how you took your time on the walkthrough too. I don't know if you was doing it or that was the video, but tour for that. And yeah, brother. And also, I love how you gave me a reason to get an Oculus now. I need that. Right? Because, it's like that's what I was doing last week with my class, where I was just, because that was that was one of the reasonings behind the way I did it last week, because I was going to do some AI stuff, right? But just show, like the technology is there and just things are available to us to utilize them the way we choose to. Some people use a car to drive to work, to take care of their family, to drive to pick up groceries and run errands, or some people use a car to drive in a car at a parade and just kill as many people as they could. You know what I mean? That don't make the car bad. So with the technology, I love how you showed that, that the technology can be used for beautiful things, but that goes for everything. And how you made it a point to stress how the NETERU imbued themselves, how the pharaohs, the Par-Ees, how they imbued themselves with everything, that's definitely something that we right now in this day and age especially need to take heed of, especially those of us that that are the followers of Ma'at, so-called. Thank you for showing why we the real champions.
Forget that we the real champions around
here. I can't hear that. Can y'all hear that? Thank you for that. Because you're right. No other. They're not talking about this. So I really, really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate, the emphasis on stressing that the NETERU exists, because they do, we do, and we just have to recognize that and understand that and begin to understand that and then work toward that. Because it is a constant challenge to push yourself and drive yourself in the right direction. It's up to you, it's up to us, it's a decision that we all have to make. So this was a great class, brother. I definitely appreciate it, and Tua for that, brother. And I'm gonna tell you something, right? I'm gonna tell all of you out there, I had a very long weekend. I was extremely tired. But when Ani started going in, it woke me up. The knowledge woke me up. You know, this information, it inspired me. It woke me up, and it really hit home, and it resonated with me. Yes, I'm still extremely tired, but I'm tired for a good reason. Because I was spending a lot of time with my family, and this goes to show, you know, that people do what's important to them. So, you know, when you went in, I woke up, bro. You see, I was there. I was like, hold on, I can see the slides at the bottom. Because listen, man, like, all I want is the truth. All I want to do is learn. So, you know, this was a NEFA class, brother, and I'll keep talking, and I'll talk in circles, brother. But I appreciate you, brother. 2 out for that. Menku, you go, great brother.
Peace, peace, Hotep. Oh, let me just exhale so I can breathe in, so I can talk. Like, it's like, I don't know. My lungs are, I don't know. All I want to say is that was holy, that was sacred, that was Nakash. And I want to be someone whose actions speaks louder than words, and I know the power of words. And I have a lot of growing to do and finding my voice and echoing the NETERU. But I want my actions in this very moment. I want my actions to speak louder than my words. So I'm going to share this. Nobody has to understand but me and the NETERU. But I want to give you these, great brother. I'm going to start with that. And then I want to give you this. You know what this is. You know how we do. And then I want to give you this. And then I want to give you these.
Oh man. Nice.
And then I want to give you this. And then I want to give you this, because you gave me this. You gave me this. And then I want to give you this. Let me see if I got it. Let me see if I got it. The virtual background kind of makes things funny to maneuver. But I want to give you that. And then last but not least, I'm gonna give you this. I'm not sparking up a blunt. I'm smoking for y'all. But this is the instance. And tool for the ceremony, to your adoration to the NETERU, and the example that you are setting. Like the NETERU exists, and you and Saba and the brothers and the sisters and the HOA, we take this very seriously. You take this very seriously. This is what we need, right? This is the life that we are supposed to be living. These are the kind of ceremonies and the teachings and the examples that we had. So I don't like talking. Marie, Ma'at, to the NETERU, to the followers of Ma'at, Hinu, Hotep, to our master teacher, Saba Tehuti, who is paving the way so that we can be all that we can be. And I don't know, I'm gonna learn how to talk, y'all, but I don't like to talk. It's hard for me. But you brothers definitely give me something to look forward to. When I was a little kid growing up in Chicago and I was in school, I did not like school. Like Saba, I could have, every school that I was in with no people in it, would prefer to have burned them down. But one thing I did like about school is field trips. When I had a field trip, the permission slips was going home to get signed, because for me, life is about having something to look forward to. And I remember we were going to go to, in Chicago, one of the tallest buildings in the world is the Sears Tower. Somebody bought it. It's got a different name now. But I remember always being so excited about field trips and having something to look forward to. And the HOA, the NETERU, Marie, and all our illustrious history, these teachings and interacting with everyone. I know I'm socially awkward. I'm not easy for the eyes. I'm just a different kind of individual, but I really love having something to look forward to. And ANYPTAH, Primordial Thought 9, Tefrim, Kim, Ma'at, Nefert, Aten, the master teacher Saba Tehuti give me something to look forward. So I'm feeling alive, and I'm looking forward to all there is to come. Hinu Hotep, Marie.
Hinu Hotep Marie, to our great brother for the very Nefer offerings. I really appreciate that, great brother. So to our Hinu, to you. And I know you would particularly enjoy this because of more information for the Zeptepi. So, Hinu to you, great brother.
Yes, and I can only go so far. So you took it, like I passed the baton, Saba passed the baton, I passed the baton, and I want to get to the Shimsu Hor, but I couldn't move forward until this happened. So Hinu Hotep, it is complete. You engineered that joint. You recorded, engineered that joint, and now we can go to the next record. We can go to the next hit. So that joint can go diamond. So Hinu Hotep, supreme work, great work, masterpiece.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yo, let's go.
All right, Nefertatan, are you there?
Hotep, can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up from Menku and take the baton on this amazing moment in history. I'm happy to be present for it, for this knowledge to come forward. And Menku, you say you're not good with the words, but you're dropping offerings just like we used to do 8,000, 10,000 years ago. There's so much glory that I feel and so much joy that I have from this class. I'm not gonna lie, it started with a different tone. It was surgical. It felt like a CSI crime scene on the theft of world history. They got like when they're breaking down a crime scene and they got all the pictures of the culprits and they're lining it up with red dots. It was really beautiful to learn that. And it was also challenging. Like I felt like I was juggling Netzer axes this whole entire presentation because it made me so upset. But just as you said, ANYPTAH, it's necessary that we know who these thieves are and we know what their names are, so that as we continue our walk in Ma'at, that we step over them. We're not going to stop at them. We're not going to let them stop us. It's those names that we're going to step over as we continue to bring the knowledge forward. So that is a wonderful thing. And, to see the roots, I say microwave society, and to see the roots of it, that the Tamahu couldn't even conceive greatness being passed so long, generation after generation, that it literally retarded their mind to reduce time and compress it. And now we have the world that we have today. It really takes a special kind of mindset to live in a world and say, I'm going to determine what God is for everybody. And those special kind of people deserve to go in a special kind of place. But we're going to shift out of that because I love the way that you ended the class. You ended it in power. You left us back in the memory of Ma'at and the Shemsu Corps and the King's List. And you could have done the presentation on the King's List and that would have been enough. But to really get a full fleshed out understanding of our greatness in so many fronts is like, this is like a present. It was a tour. It was a gift. It was a beautiful inheritance to feel, see, and learn Ma'at at this depth. And the last thing I'll say is I loved in one of the books there, they refer to our culture as an infinite kingdom. And that's exactly what it is. And that's exactly how I'm going to see it from now on. So, Nukmer 10, excellent class. Thank you, brothers, for being present for this. And yeah, let's take this up a level. Hotep, I'm complete.
Tap, 2 out for that. Tap, you got the beat banging again. Right. 2 out Nefertatin for that. Very great observation. You have a very unique ma'at to be able to put that together. Yeah, I know for you, these type of classes are particularly challenging. So I'm happy to hear that you were able to enhance your perspective with why it's important to do it. So Tu'a Hinu, Hotep, for your Medu offering, and appreciate you coming up on the panel and letting everyone hear your Kur. So yes, I'm very thankful, very grateful for everyone who's here with us and who came in to learn. Seeing that the class got up to, I think, 35 or 36 people. So I'm very thankful and grateful that people want to know about this topic. Because what Eusebius and Africanus and Flavius Josephus and what all these people did was rob you from your own immortality. So you definitely have to be surgical in attaining it back once again and showing others how to maneuver in this matrix, and how they have a grasp on you, with Chronos, and how they're still very loyal to their rituals and to the conscious beings that they are associated with, and that they apply it and put it everywhere in the matrix to where you are partaking in the ritual that they are bringing forth. So most people don't know that. So to know it allows you to be more calculated and motivated and inspired to figure out ways to remove self from that. So that's what I wanted to give to everyone. To Hotep Henu, to for everyone who supported, to for everyone who is supporting on the playback. I'll go through and show the support that has come through, give honor and adoration to those who appreciated this information that I just brought forth. And we will start with Nukpu, who sends in 333 for Hotep Henu, Marie, Ebe, Ankh, Uja, Seneb, Or, NETERU, Makaru, Ma'at. out to the great brother Nookpoo. I know he was. I know his Neter Axe was out. Hotep Hindu to you, great brother. We appreciate you and supporting the way that you do. So Hotep to you, and you are in every class, every Ma'at Fundamental Friday class. You tell others to come to the class because you understand the importance of Ma'at and Ibu, and cleansing, like we saw the great Seti and Ramesses II cleansing the offerings that they're providing. So Pert into Tep, I come forth in offering. So to do that, one must be pure. So to Hindu, great brother, for being that. Next, we have Anu and Antu, who sends in $10 for Hotep Marie Tua or to send Ani. Great informative class. Fire. Tua to Anu and Antu. Tua for everything that you do for the HOA. We definitely appreciate you, our great moderator and social media manager, Anu and Antu, who support on so many different levels. So appreciate your Medu and for being here and taking in the information. Very powerful, dynamic duo here. Very powerful and great representations of being echoes and reflections of each other. So Tua, Anu, and Antu. Next, we have Oxafek, who sends in 2072 for Hinu Orsin ANYPTAH Aten Tehuti Dua for the Sebait. Tua Hotep Oxafek, another great brother who extremely consistent, supports consistently. Tua to you, great brother. Tua for your dua. Appreciate you and all that you bring forth to the house of Aten and for leading by example. Hotep. All right, and next we have Eric G. That's it, who sends in 777. I'm used to saying Eric G. That's it 333, but now he sends in 777 for the playback. Tua for or work. Thank you, great brother Eric G. Appreciate that. Another great brother who is consistent every class. Sending you much. Ankh Ujasaneb, great brother. Hope you're doing well. Tua for your support. All right, and next we have Custom Made Tees, who says Tua for your teaching and all you do. I am Kuzani 666. Hotep Hinu, I am Kazani. Appreciate you, good brother, for supporting this class and for appreciating the teachings. Definitely appreciate you and love to see you here in the class with us. So Tua Hotep Hinu. All right, and I think we have one more support to show. Cash App House of Aten, PayPal House of Aten. And it is none other than the great Robert E. Williams Jr., who sent in 2772 for Tua for the first Ren exposed. Tua, Hinu, proof. Tua to the great Robert Williams. Appreciate you, great brother. Another fantastic, extremely consistent Meru supporter of the House of Aten. Yeah, you are great. So Tua Hinu to you, and you always ask great questions too, and bring forth very powerful Aku to the House of Aten. So Tua Hinu to you, great brother Robert Williams. All right, and I think that is the support. I will refresh here to make sure. Yes. All right. All right. Tua Hinu, everyone. 99 Cham 1 says, thank you, brother. Appreciate you. I think this was a new name in the chat. Follower of Ma'at. Says Hotep. Peace. Hotep. Straight facts. F-Ox. Zoo221 says Dua U Neter. Another new name that I'm seeing in the chat. Dua to you. Bijan Farrell, peace to you, great brother. Hotep Ma'at, HOA, peace and love, family. Absolutely. Lisa says Tua, ANYPTAH for this lesson. Nini Ka, Lisa, Tua to you. Appreciate you being here with us. Robert Williams says Chronos used to be my employer payroll app. Yes, exactly. It's part of the ritual that they're bringing forth, and one of the major payroll time clock systems, because Chronos is the god of time. So he is eating the consciousness of the people. So yeah, I've seen, I think 4 or 5 people here say that they are familiar, and so yes, Hinu and Tua to you, great brother Robert Williams. I'm Kuzani, first time catching the live. Tua to you all. It's 5:30 on a Monday morning. Peace and love. Peace and love. Glad that you are able to catch the live. I am Kuzani, 5:30 on a Monday morning. Hinu and Tua to you. Tua for supporting the class, great brother. We appreciate you. All right, and so we will begin to close out. Hope y'all also enjoyed the snippet of the tone that I put at the end of the class. It's very small snippet of what's to come. So Tua Hotep, and we will go around the panel and let everyone give closing words, and we'll start with you, Nefertatan, and work our way around.
Peace, Hotep, Uncle Job, Seneb, Nefer class, a lot of inspiration for us to come forward, and some things that I'm working on. I got a bit more depth to bring some things forward, so that's very exciting as well. You know, there's a moment that really inspired me, and it was when you were giving the facsimile and going through the NETERU one by one. And in my head, I'm like, wouldn't this be an amazing thing to teach children? Instead of ABCs, it's the Meduneter, and this is Nesu Ptah, this is Nesu Aset, and actually teaching that as like a foundational education for the children to come after us. Like, that was something really beautiful that wouldn't have come if you didn't bring this forward. So much appreciation for that, and all the brothers on the panel, and whoever is coming forward next week is going to be an even more amazing class. It's a beautiful momentum, and let's just keep coming forward. Pakem, I am complete. Pujab Seneb, everyone.
To Nefertatan for that. Hinu Hotep, everyone, for being here. What you have witnessed and what you have been witnessing from the House of Aten, from our master teacher Saba Tehuti. You are on the pathways to awakening, and the NETERU loves you, sending protection, prosperity, peace, and power to everyone. Hinu ANYPTAH for showing the sanctuary of Asar. The image of my Ren is in there, where Tehuti is putting the Ankh to Seti's nose into his face and reawakening him, healing him. So Hinu Hotep for everything that you shared, but that definitely touched my Ebe. Sending so much love to our master teacher Saba Tehuti and everyone that he loves, to his Neterts, tour for this ceremony and ritual. And I love how you touched on the importance of they are being loyal to their rituals. We have to be loyal to our rituals, to our ceremonies, to our NETERU, to our language, and to each other. Man, for a person that don't like to talk, I'm saying a lot tonight. But I will end with the adoration to Tehuti. Come to me, Tehuti, O noble ibis. Come to me and give me counsel to make me skillful in your calling. He who masters it is found fit to hold office. Fate and fortune are to be found with you. Hinu Hotep. I think a TEF closes, so primordial.
Hotep. Once again, Hinu to you, great brother ANYPTAH Aten Tehuti. Phenomenal presentation, great brother. Once again, appreciate your consistency and all the energy that you put forth. Hinu and Hotep to everybody on the panel. It's always good to be up here with you all. Hotep to everybody in the chat, everybody who watching live, watching in the future. Just peace and love, and everyone just have a wonderful Neferu Upesh. Have a great rising, and just continue to just strive forth. May Ra grant you and your families health and prosperity. May your monuments be established on the foundations of Ma'at, and may you all rise and come forth this conscious light like the divine Ra, who rise and shine forevermore on Ma'at. Hotep Mari.
All right, Hotep Hinu Makaru. Tua everyone for your attention. Without your attention, this could never exist. Tua for all the great Maru who send in support for this class. As you see, all the myrrh that goes into putting together these classes and bringing forth information that you cannot just Google or pull up a YouTube video. So it's a real challenge that I place upon myself, and I'm thankful for the ones who appreciate what has to take place to be able to bring that forward. houseofaten.org. And yes, come join us. Sakim M. Arit, Murder Ka'a, Semu Hatu Natiru, Pert Entetep. I obtain the power to do what pleases my Ka. May the hearts of the Natiru lead me. I come forth in offering. Dua.
Hotep, peace and love. Tua for this great class, Ani, you are 100% correct, because On the Wikipedia Touring Kings list, you don't see Sekhmet on there. She not on that one. She on the facsimile you showed. So Tua, I know it's a lot of work, and we appreciate you, brother. Definitely, this is it's here forever now. Now it's on the internet and it is here, so we appreciate you. And Tua for this excellent class. Tua to all the great supporters in the chat, all the new people. I saw a lot of new names as well. Henu and Tua for your support. And with that, we will end as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. From today's class, from today's teachings, pure, Ptah Sokar Osar, foremost of the Westerners, who resides in the mansion of Men Matre, and the Ennead who are therein. The pure incense is sweet of perfume, which is in accordance with the writings of the divine book, which is in the temple. Their 2 arms they place around Ra. He purifies Ptah Sokar Osar. In this his house, and in this his temple, in his gnomes which are in upper Kemet, and in his tomb which is in lower Kemet, and upon his offering tables, which are in the sky and upon earth, and in his temples, to be recited 4 times. Pure. If you are a ruler responsible for the concerns of the populace, search for every opportunity to do good, so that there may be no shortcomings in your actions. Great is Ma'at, and its foundation is firmly established, and it has not been shaken since the time of Asar. And he who violates the laws must be punished. In the eyes of the covetous man, it goes unnoticed that wealth can be lost through dishonesty, and that wrongdoing does not result in success. He says, I will procure wealth for myself. He does not say, I will procure wealth through my diligence. But in the long run, it is Ma'at which endures. And an honest man may state, this is my ancestral property. Unki and Ma'at, An NS, Nintet or Set and Ma'at, Min Hapapat and Ma'at, Her in Hukui, Per Ikut. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Come join us, House of Aten, ancient Tehuti and teachings of NETERU. Back to the source, we the original axemen.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
Yo, let's go.
Shed. Close my eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move. But my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed. Eating alkaline at this time, fasting Rizzo shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, Fred had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth. It's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of states effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I've seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling, forcefully holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within, I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it, and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight's astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.
And yes, the Hekau really works.